Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Kamesi, and you are watching the 17th World Sub-Junior and 35th World Junior Powerlifting Championships. This is the final day and final session of this championship, which will consist of the 120 and 120 plus kilo weight class. So we have our first lifter up, Ibrahim from Lebanon, taking 180 kilos to start off today's squats.
Squat! Right.
Nice, easy opener from Muhammad.
I can't see the lights. I can't see the lights. The lights are not on.
Referees are having a little issue with the lights, so once they figure that out, we'll find out whether that was a good lift or not.
One is missing here.
So they're still working on that. We have a little bit of a battle in the junior age division today. The difference between first and fourth place, based on the prognosis, is currently 60 kilos. And in this weight class, that's not that big of a difference. And we may see some of these lifters taking big jumps and covering big ground to get onto that podium. So our next lifter is Jav Klambayar from Mongolia, 240 kilos. And the previous lifter, Mohammed from Lebanon, was a good lift with the 180 kilos. So I'm now being joined from Heinrich from South Africa.
Morning, Arian.
Morning. So what do you think about this junior age division? We have a little bit of battle going on.
Oh, well, we have, what, nine lifters here?
Yes.
Yeah, it will be quite a battle here for top 3 places. We have Kevin Jaeger in there. Was the world champion last year, juniors.
Yes.
We will see a pretty good bench from him. We've got Ukrainian lifter here, Tatarenko and Lugo from the US.
So the previous lifter from Mongolia lost his balance coming up in the squat, so he got a no lift. He'll come back and try that again, and now we're moving on to Sergio Vindis Rodriguez from Costa Rica, also taking 240 kilos.
I think he's the only lifter from Costa Rica at this World Championships.
I believe so.
I can see his record. It might be a tiny bit too high there.
Yeah, a little too high. He's going to have to bring that down a couple.
Yeah, especially if he goes heavier. Well, he did make that look easy.
Let's see what the referees say. Referees say no lift, I believe, for depth. So, as you were discussing, the battle at the top will be most likely Kevin Jaeger from Germany and Enrique Lugo from USA. But in these weight classes, you never know, because these lifters can take big jumps, cover a lot of ground, and move that prognosis up.
And with some of them, their big jump might actually be their openers already.
Yes.
See, I know Kevin Jaeger had some problems in the past with some of his openers and so on, but he dropped it quite a bit, so he's going to play it safe.
Yes. So now we have Marshall Messmer from USA up with 275 kilos. And he's looking to be the world champion in the sub-junior age division, going against Grupinski from Poland. And that's 3 white lights, good lift for Marshall.
You didn't even need lights to see that was a good lift.
285 kilo on the back.
All right, now here is Marshall's top competitor, Grupinski from Poland, who's been competing for 4 years. His personal best is listed as 280 kilos, and he's opening up with 285 kilos. So he'll be opening up with a personal best.
The bar is loaded at 295 kilo for Grupinski Wojciech from Poland, followed by Ramsey and Lena.
So here goes Wojciech.
We need the flex today, not tomorrow.
He will have our heaviest squat opener in the sub-junior age division.
It's 285. 2 of the 4 lifters missed the openers.
Yes.
They're both going heavier.
So let's hope that's not an indication of how this squats are going to go this morning. All right, well.
So this is the 120 weight class we're seeing now, the sub-juniors and the juniors. 9 lifters in the juniors and 4 in the sub-juniors. Right after they finish their squatting, all the 120 plus guys is going to come. We have a total of 21 lifters here this morning.
So we're going to see a lot of good lifting today and some good battles, which will dictate the team points and the wars that we're going to have tonight at the banquet.
I know the US is leading the juniors and sub-juniors for the men.
And I believe the women finished yesterday, and I believe Russia was the top for the women's sub-juniors.
Yeah, they won sub-juniors and juniors, USA in second, and then sub-juniors, Puerto Rico got 3rd place, and Norway got 3rd in juniors.
So that was Ramsey from Canada getting 3 white lights, good lift on his opening squat. And when you're on that Good Lift website, you can go and take a look at the results from the previous days, see who won each weight class. We'll also show you the team points for each age division and the current ranking for the best lifters in each age division. So you can go and take a look at that and see how each country did and who's battling it out for the best lifter in their respective age division. So here goes Samuel Lederleitner from Slovakia, taking 320 kilos.
Yeah, they had a few lifters here. They did pretty well.
Squat! So he gets the squat command. Having a little trouble with depth. He's able to stand up with it.
You know, if you look at the results and the lifters that competed last year, out of this whole flight we're looking now, there's only 2 lifters in here that actually competed at last year's World Junior Championship. So everybody you'll see here, except for Kevin Jaeger from Germany and Tatarenko from Ukraine, they're all new lifters, like a batch of new lifters that just came in.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, you know, it makes it more exciting. You know, there's new people here that you see.
Yeah. So that was a good lift for Lederleitner from Slovakia. And now they're going to Sagoy from Norway, 335 kilos. He appears to be the youngest lifter in the junior age division here in the 120 kilo class. Birthday of 1997.
20 years old.
So here goes Sagoy. Locks it out, gets the rack command. And unfortunately, he gets 3 red lights. And you see below the red lights, there's another circle with a number on it. He had 3 red circles with a 1 inside of it. And that dictates what the infraction is. And in this case, for the squat, that little red 1 means that he did not get low enough in his squat. So you have a referee on each side of the lifter, as well as one in the front, checking for different infractions, and they all thought that he was not deep enough in a squat. So now we're moving on to Lee from
New Zealand. Okay, I think he flew the furthest from everybody. Yeah?
Yes.
He's the only lifter from the Oceania region, yeah? But we tend to see New Zealand lifters at this competition at the Equipped Juniors.
Yeah, we see a lot of lifters from New Zealand and even Australia at the Raw or Classic Powerlifting Championships.
30 seconds. Time is
So here goes Hayden Lee from New Zealand, opening up with 340 kilos.
Squat.
Quite a fight.
Yeah, you don't want to see that in your first.
You do not want to see that as your opener. But he gets 3 white lights, and he's in the competition.
Maybe the first one was just a bit of nerves.
His timing was a little off. He got out there with maybe 30 seconds left on his clock. So here comes a lifter you mentioned a couple times earlier, Kevin Jaeger out of Germany, opening up with 340 kilos. With his personal best listed as 400 kilos.
Now he lifted about 2 months ago. He lifted at the World Games in Poland. With Kevin is opening on 340, which is 10 kilos less than his open on the bench press.
Yes.
Yeah, he's known for big benches.
And he opened up quite heavy at the World Games. Was not able to get a squat in.
Yeah.
So maybe he gained some experience from that. Decided to open up light here.
Yeah, I hope so.
Try and win a world championship.
Oh.
Looked like he had a lot of trouble hitting depth and just couldn't come up with it.
Well, this is not new to see from Kevin, but
yes,
maybe he has come back from this.
Yes. As we mentioned, he could not complete a squat at the World Games a couple of months ago. So let's see if he can get a squat in here at the World Championship. Next up is Enrique Lugo from USA. Will be opening up at 345 kilos. He's been competing for 6 years. He's currently a student.
So he has been competing since he started since 14, since he was a sub-junior.
Yes.
Even though he's 20 years old, which is quite young, he already has 6 years of experience under the belt.
Yeah, he still has quite a bit of experience.
Yeah.
It's going to prove beneficial in this championship where there's going to be a battle for the podium.
Yeah.
And we need magnesia. Mr. Keller, magnesia is needed.
So here goes Enrique. We're down to our final 3 attempts of the opening squats here in the 120 kilo class.
That was pretty easy.
Yeah, nice and easy. Let's see what the referees think.
2-1.
2-1, good lift.
Yeah, I think he's going to give Jaeger a run for his money.
Definitely. All right, they're loading the weight up now for Henrik Jensvold.
Almost sounds like my name.
From Norway, taking 350 kilos.
From Norway, followed by Pikarenko and Ibrahim.
He's got the second highest opener of 350.
Yep. So these lifters will not only be battling it out for medals in the total, but they will also get medals for each individual discipline. So the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift.
So I have to note the world record in this weight class in juniors is 415 kilos.
So it's possible that we will see someone attempt that today, but we'll see how it plays out after our opening attempts.
That was quite a fast squat.
Yes.
2-1,
2-1, no lift. Referees on the side do not believe he went deep enough in the squat. He was really struggling to hit that depth.
Maybe just a little bit high, like a tiny bit.
All right, we're down to our final opening attempt. Alexander Titarenko from Ukraine. He's been competing for 8 years. And as we mentioned, the world record in this class is 415 kilos, and he's opening up at 370 kilos. So.
And that's a standard record. So you just have to squat 415 and get a record.
And no one currently holds the record, so all you need to do is match it. So depending on how this opener goes, we may see him start building towards that world record standard.
I don't think the sub-junior record will go of 365.5, which is actually held by an American lifter, Dylan Cook. That was broken last year.
Yeah, so the highest opener in the sub-juniors was 285, so we probably won't be seeing that record today. A little difficult for Alexander. Let's see.
A little bit difficult.
And that's a good lift.
But he got that. So
yeah.
So we got 2 lifters in the sub-junior that didn't get the openers and 3 in the juniors. We're going to start the second attempts now with 182 with Ibrahim from Lebanon.
So I just want to tell you that on Facebook we have a lot of nice pictures from all of
Abraham
you.
has been competing for 7 years. He's an engineering student.
And Heinrich who made pictures, some special pictures. Just go to Facebook and have a look on it.
Now, if you're watching the live stream now, you can actually go onto the score sheet. If you go to the bottom right-hand corner, there you can switch your view. You can have dual view next to each other with the scoreboard and watch the lifting, so you can follow us to see exactly, if we say, the next attempt is going to be this amount. Or
Yeah. So now all the lifters have their second attempts in. And so now we're going to start our second attempt squats with Ibrahim from Lebanon, as we mentioned.
Clock is already on 35 seconds. I don't know if he's going to come out.
I believe he opened up raw, or classic as they call it, on his opening squat. So he may be passing on this one, putting on a squat suit and coming back for his third attempt.
But he only put on 182. But that probably means, when the lifter finishes their lift, they have 1 minute exactly to give it a next attempt. If they miss that, it only goes up by 2.5 kilos, which is the minimum amount.
Yeah.
So that might have happened.
So it's possible that he also turned in that attempt so that he knows he's the first lifter in the second attempts, and now he's going to take a big jump and maybe move up into maybe third or fourth person in the third attempt to give him more time.
Yeah, he put in the next attempt at 200. I don't know if that was really a smart move. But that's where competition experience comes in, and also
coaching
the
strategy.
Coaching, yeah. And he's actually being coached by the lifter from Iran.
Okay. So, next up, Bilgun from Mongolia missed 240 on his opening squat, and he bumped it up to 242.5 now for his second attempt.
He's quite tall for a sub-junior.
And he only weighed in at 106.12 kilos.
Wow.
In the 120 class.
So like 14 kilos to go.
14 kilos.
He's only one of 2 Mongolian lifters here. They had a female lifter this week. And it's good to see representation from some of the Asian countries, the ones that you don't normally would see at the World Championships.
Saw he had a little issue on the way down as his right knee caved in.
Yeah, and he paused on the way down.
Yep. So he got 2-1, no lift. Referee said he was not deep enough.
Yeah, see, when he paused, he went up a tiny bit and then went down again.
So they gave a blue card for double bouncing.
It's actually a yellow.
Yep. So
that's the thing. In squat, the yellow is up and down, and on the deadlift and the bench, it's blue.
Blue. So now we have Vindis from Costa Rica, also missed 240 kilos, and also bumped it up to 242.5 for his second attempt.
Well, no problem with the weight itself.
It looked like his depth was better.
No. Up and down.
No, he took a step back at the top.
Yes.
So they were saying that it was prior to the rack command. So right here, takes a little step back, stumbles.
Now you see, if that happened after the rack command, it would have been a good lift.
Yeah. And to me, it kind of looked like he did get the rack command before he took a step back, but the referees are saying no, he was stumbling back prior to the rack.
And all 3 of them gave red, so his coach can't go and query that.
Can't go to the jury protest. All right, next up, Marshall Mesmer, USA, taking 287.5 kilos. This will temporarily move him into the gold medal squat in that sub-junior age division, battling it out with his competitor Grupinski from Poland.
He's got a very narrow grip on the squat. You don't see that a lot with bigger guys like this.
Yes. For many of the women, you'll see it like that, but not for the men, and especially not for the 120 kilos.
No. You might see a lot of them take it like, at the almost,
where the plates
touching
are.
almost touching the plates. Yeah.
So that was a good lift for Mesmer, and now here comes his competitor Grupinski from Poland, who's been competing for 4 years. He's taking 295 kilos for his second attempt to take that gold medal in the squat back.
At 295, this will be a personal best for him. He's being coached here by the head coach of Poland.
So here he goes. He takes it out. He gets the squat command. Stands up with it. Gets the rack command.
It's funny, the moment he starts going down, he put his head down.
Yes, I saw that. And that's 3 white lights, good lift. So in the squat, you have 2 commands. The squat and the rack command. So the lifter takes the bar out, sets up. Once their knees are locked out, standing upright, they get that squat command. They go do their squat, and once they return to that same position, they get the rack command.
Ramsey from Canada, he's part of a team of 3 lifters from Canada here. Not a lot of lifters from Canada, even though neighboring countries, but most of them are going to the Commonwealth Champs next week in South Africa.
Yes, and Canada is another country with a lot of raw lifters, and not as many equipped, but some of these lifters from raw are trying out the equipped. And so we're getting a few lifters from Canada here. We had a couple of lifters from Canada at the World Games. And that's 3 white lights, good lift for Ramsey.
Yeah, they had 4 lifters at the World Games.
They had Ryan and Rhea Stin.
And then Steph Puddicombe.
And Adam Ramsey.
Yeah.
Right, next up, Samuel Lederleitner from Slovakia. He's got 6 years of competition experience, and he's a mechanic. His personal best was listed as 320, which he hit on his opening attempt, and now he's taking 330 for a new personal best.
You only have your selective few that go for European or world record, and the other lifters it's always personal best or even national or state or provincial records.
Yes.
So in everybody's minds there is always a record to achieve, a best. Because that's what you want to do, get stronger every time.
Yes.
Every competition you want to do better and better.
Yes. And that was a no lift. You got 2 red cards for depth and a yellow card.
Because he missed the first one.
I'm not sure why the yellow was.
Not sure.
The yellow was for.
His knees looked a little soft and looks like the referee's pointing to her knees, but I believe that is a blue card, Heinrich.
Yes. Yeah, it's a blue card.
So she just happened to push the wrong infraction card. All right, next up, Julian Sagoy from Norway, retaking 335 kilos because he missed it on his opening attempt.
You know what? He's got his family here, actually, from Norway cheering him on. We had a few lifters from Norway this week that brought their family with.
Brought their families. Maybe they're making a little vacation out of it here in Orlando, Florida. Maybe they'll go to Universal or Disney afterwards. Oh, he loses it forward. If you see, instead of coming up, his shoulders kind of rounded forward, and he started losing his balance, and he just, you can't squat in that position.
That was a bit heavy for our opener.
Yes. So right here, you see tipped over. Spars have to grab it.
All right, now Kevin Jaeger. He also needs this lift.
Yes. Another one of our lifters who missed his opening attempt decided to retake 340 kilos. Yeah, disappointing performance at the World Games. He's here at the Junior World Championships trying to redeem himself. Let's see what he can do on a second attempt here.
Yeah, and from what his coach told, he hasn't had that good of a year, competition-wise. So If he can get one squat in, it will be fine. He will, he might win.
Then he can move on to his favorite lift, bench press.
Oh yeah,
and maybe try and break his own world record there.
Oh, that was deep. Oh no!
It looks like he just doesn't have any pop coming out of the hole.
It's almost like he lost his strength, lost his groove, everything.
3-2.
I mean, he got the world record in the bench press, and he benches almost 400 kilos.
Yes.
That's a jump from the third to the
All right,
second.
next up, Hayden Lee from New Zealand. 5 years competing. He's a personal trainer, and his personal best is 350, which he's taking now for his second attempt. So this will tie his personal best, and then he can go on for a new personal best on that third attempt. Stands up with it. Not sure about that depth, though, Heinrich. Let's see what the referees say.
It did look almost the same as his opener.
Oh, 2-1,
2-1.
no lift. Referees on the side said he was not deep enough.
50 kilos still on the bar.
Yeah, it was high on the side.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You will see you look at the video and you might see from the front view like, oh, this looks deep enough. That's just from the front. There's 3 different views in the squad, and all 3 of the category 2 and 1 referees, they have that's their viewpoint.
Yes. So here comes Henrik Jensvold from Norway, another one of the lifters who missed his opening attempt squat and is retaking it on his second attempt. Has a little trouble setting his feet up, but is able to get into his starting position and get the squat command. Having trouble hitting that last bit of depth, but he's able to stand up with it. Let's see what the referees
I don't think so.
And 2-1, no lift.
I think he should maybe go a little bit heavier on his last
Yes,
one.
and the slower you go in that bottom position, you're giving the referees a lot more time to see exactly what your depth looks like and call it.
His speed up wasn't too bad at all.
Yes.
It's just hitting that depth. So maybe go 5 kilos or something.
So you can get a little more descent speed.
Yeah.
Be able to get that last little bit he needs to hit depth. All right, we're down to our final 2 attempts in the second attempts here. Here comes Enrique Lugo from USA. He has 6 years of experience, and he's taking 357.5 kilos for his second attempt.
USA is coming! Come on, get big
Yeah, he only went 12.5 kilos, which is a conservative jump in the squat. He might just be playing it safe throughout, the whole way. And that's the thing, if you have guys that take big jumps in between and misses a few, at the end, the total doesn't look that good.
Yes. And his top competitor to mention is Kevin Yeager, who's missed his first and second attempt squat. So he might be just trying to make lifts and wait and see if Kevin Yeager can get a squat in or not. Stands up with it.
Oh, yeah.
Good lift.
It's good to see 3 white lights here.
Yes. All right, loading up for our final lifter in the second attempt. Alexander Titarenko from Ukraine, taking a 10-kilo jump to 380 kilos.
Let's hope he gets this one. There's 13 lifters here, and this is the last lift of the second attempts, and we've only seen about 11 good lifts.
Yes, we have 3 lifters in the junior age division and 2 lifters in the sub-junior age division on the verge of bombing out. They need to get their final attempt in to stay in this competition.
And you know what? You tend to see this happen with the big guys.
Yes.
You don't normally see, with the lighter body weights and so on, that they bomb out so easy.
Yes. So
I wonder why that is.
So here goes Alexander.
Oh, there was no problem with that.
Yeah, he fights his way to the top. And 2-1, good lift. And we're going into our final attempt squats now for the 120 kilo class before we switch over to the 120 plus. And as you're mentioning, when I was watching the first session, the lighter men, I was so amazed how many good lifts there were. No issues with depth, lots of lifters making attempts.
Yeah.
And now we're going into the last day, last session, and we're seeing lots of missed lifts, lots of depth calls, and 5 lifters on the verge of bombing out, not being able to produce a total or team points.
You don't want to see that.
You don't want to see
it is, you know, coaching error, you know, maybe lifters error. You don't want to see that.
Yep. So here comes Muhammad Abraham from Lebanon. He was the one who passed on his second attempt, timed out on it.
But he didn't put on a squat.
He didn't put on anything.
Only knee wraps.
Yep,
so
he had his knee wraps on his opening squat, I believe, as well. So let's see what he does here on his final squat.
Oh, his knees is coming out forward so much.
It was nice and easy.
Looks good. Let's see what the referee say.
He gets a good lift.
I don't think he should have passed on his second.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the strategy was there.
Look when he comes down, his knees are going forward quite a bit.
Yes.
And you know, you as a coach, you have your own lifters, you coach, you don't want them to do that.
It depends on the lifter and their build and their style of squatting. In this case, since he's squatting without the squat suit, but he's using the knee wraps, maybe he's trying to push those knees forward into the knee wraps, get a little stretch out of them. They get that stretch reflex, bouncing out of the bottom, and lock it out. So here comes Sergio Vindes from Costa Rica. Missed his first and his second attempt, and he needs to get this third one to stay in the competition.
All right, let's see if he's one of the 5 lifters that can stay in the competition. Maybe.
He comes up nice and easy, but depth is what's been the issue. Oh, and he gets
got
it. 2 to 1, good lift, and he's excited. He's in the competition.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, that's what you want to see.
Yes.
50 kilo on the back.
And he came up with it nice and fast. He needed to do that on his opening attempt squat so that he can build some confidence to be able to go for personal best or, as you said, national records, world records, whatever it is. You don't want to leave it to the last attempt. So here comes another one.
Javklan Bayar. I think I said that correctly.
All right, crowd's getting behind him. They know that he needs this lift to stay in this competition. He missed 240, went up to 242.5, missed that, and now is going up to 250. As you said, maybe going up a little bit of weight for these lifters will help them get that descent speed and hit that depth that they need to get a good lift.
You know, they traveled far, you know, all the Asian countries.
Yes.
You got depth there.
Got it.
Oh, yes.
Gives a scream, locks it out.
Oh, yes.
I believe that was good, Heinrich. Let's see what the referees say.
And he's in.
3 white lights. And he's excited, too. He was hugging big coach.
Okay. So everybody in sub-juniors is in.
Yep.
There's no stress there anymore. 2 down, 3 to go.
Yep. And those 2 lifters that we just saw can battle it out for the podium for the bronze medal in the total. So it was big for them to stay in the competition and be able to continue that fight. So here comes Marshall Messmer for the USA, taking 295 kilos for his final attempt. He's locked up the silver medal in the squat. Let's see what he can do on his 3rd attempt. He fights it.
Yeah, that was way deep. No problem.
Yeah, nice and smooth for him. And 3 white lights, good lift.
305 kilo on the back.
So those new to the sport will hear me say 3 white lights or 2 to 1 good lift. And in powerlifting, like we said, we have 3 referees there, and you just need the majority to think you're good. So if you get 2 whites or 3 whites, that's a good lift. And if you get 0, 1, or or 2 red lights. Or
that's a no lift, but if you have like 2 reds and 1 white, but that also means that the coach can query the jury if the lift was good or bad, if they can overturn it. But the jury members, they're all category 1 referees, and that's the highest level of in the IPF that you can be a referee.
Yes. So here comes Krupinski from Poland, taking 305 kilos for his final squat. He's locked up the gold medal in the squat for the sub-juniors.
He went down pretty fast.
He gives a little smile at the top. And that's a good lift. And he's shocked. He's excited.
So everybody in the third attempt got their lift so far.
Let's see if the juniors can follow along with the subs.
Yeah, usually you see this in the openers, not the third attempts.
So here comes Samuel Lederleitner from Slovakia. He missed 330 on a second and is bumping it up to 335 for his final attempt squat.
And that will be a personal best for him if he gets that.
Come on! Somewhere, come on!
Let's see if this 5 kilo jump for him can help him get a little descent speed going, hit depth, and be able to lock it out. Gets the squat command. Once again, a lot of trouble hitting depth.
He went down too slow.
Went down too slow. He was quite leaned over, and he tried to come up, but he was losing his balance backwards. Spotters had to come and help him out.
I mean, you want to go down a little bit faster than that just to get that spring action.
Yes.
And he paused at the bottom. It was like a spring. You hit depth, go up.
All right, here comes Julian Sagoy, another lifter that needs to get his final attempt squat and to stay in the competition. Missed 335 on his first and second, decided to stay with that weight for his final attempt.
He's opening on a personal best. I don't think that it's the smartest move, but he needs this just to stay in the competition.
His family's here, his teammates are here behind him, cheering him on, clapping for him. Let's see what he can do. He stands up with it.
He might get that.
His coach is happy. Let's see what the referees think. Oh,
2-1.
2-1. No lift.
Okay, we go forward with 337.5 kilos.
So we'll see if the coach decides to go to the jury. But if he does not, we have one lifter who is now out of the competition as far as the total. They can still get medals for the individual lifts, bench press, and deadlift, but they cannot produce a total for any medals for...
No, I don't think... Yeah, the coach is going to the jury from Norway.
Followed by Jaga and Lee Hay. Come on, Tyler, come on! Plays at the moment.
All right, so here goes Ramsey from Canada. He made his first and second attempt, now going 337.5 for a final attempt in the squat.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid lift.
Yep.
All right, so the jury decided not to overturn Norway's lift, so Sagway from Norway bombed out of the competition. And now we got Kevin Jaeger coming up next. And he also missed his first 2 attempts.
Yep. And as you mentioned, he's got a big bench press, and he held the bench press world record. So if he's not able to get a squat in, he cannot get any world records. So he cannot go and try and break his own bench press world record.
He can get a world record in the single lift.
But he cannot get a world record in the free lift.
But only if that is higher than the single lift record.
So not only would he not be able to produce a total or points for his team, he would not be able to get any world records such as the bench press 3 lift that he currently owns. Oh, and he actually stands up with this.
Yeah, he actually went. I don't think there was depth there. No,
2-1, no lift.
2-1. So
we have another lifter. He's bombed out of the competition, Kevin Yeager from Germany. And now we move on to Hayden Lee from New Zealand. Missed 350 on his second attempt and now retaking it for his third.
You know, Kevin Yeager bombed out again. You don't. He's making. You don't want to see. You don't want to see him. It's almost like every time you see him, he bombs out.
Yep. So he's gonna have to go back to the drawing board, see what he can figure out for the future. He still has another year in the junior age division, so maybe he can figure something out for next year.
He better. Oh, that was a bit too heavy for Hayden. But he's also lifting, just in a singlet with knee wraps.
350 kilos still on the back.
Yep. So Hayden will get his first attempt squat in as we move on now to Henrik Jensvold from Norway, another lifter from Norway who missed his first and second attempt and now is retaking 350 for his third. All right. All the Norway lifters and family are getting behind him again, clapping for him.
And his problem was that the weight wasn't a problem at all.
Yes. So let's see if he can make the correct adjustment, stay this competition for Norway.
All right, he got.
Sorry.
No.
Another one.
That's the third lifter in the juniors that bombed out. Both Norwegian lifters bombed out. That's team points out of the window.
Yeah. He went very deep on that one, but as you see again, when he came out of the hole, his hips and knees shifted back, and he just lost his balance back into the spotters. All right. Next up, Enrique Lugo from USA, taking 365 kilos for his third attempt. He has the silver medal in the squat locked up already based on his second attempt. And now he's taking 365, which is virtually his personal best right here for his final attempt.
You know what? And this Kevin Yeager just opened the door for the USA.
Yep. If you look at the scoreboard on the far right, you'll see the prognosis and the total and the placing, and you'll see he's currently projected for first place based on his opening attempt in bench press and deadlift because Kevin Yeager bombed down the squat and cannot produce a total.
And that also means lifters like Tyler Ramsey and Lee from New Zealand is going to fight for bronze.
They're all moving up now.
No.
He started going down, so the spotters grabbed the bar. You're allowed to slow down or stop in all three lifts, but you cannot go back down. It's called downward motion of the bar.
All right, last attempt here in the third rounds for the 120 kilo class. Then we'll move up to the 120 plus.
So here's Alexander Tidorenko from Ukraine.
After the squat, we will have 10 minutes break between the squat and the bench press.
So here goes Alexander with 387.5 kilos, which will be a personal best for him. And he's already has the gold medal in the squat locked up with his second attempt.
You know, he's Ukrainian lifter. He's been looking quite consistent today. And
you may look at the prognosis and see, 30 kilos is big, but when you're taking these kind of jumps and how inconsistent some lifters can be, he can make up some ground quickly.
And bench and deadlift is still there.
Yes. So he stands up with it. And good lift, 2-1. All right, now we move on to our 120 plus kilo weight class.
So he just squatted 387. And that's the heaviest opener in the coming weight class now, in the 120 plus.
That's by Michael Rodriguez from USA.
Oh, yes.
Who's going to be in quite the battle with another Ukrainian, Shevchenko. Their projected totals on openers are just 2.5 kilos apart. And Third and fourth are currently projected are close behind as well, with 940 and 935, so about 12.5 kilos apart from first to third place, or 15 kilos from first to third place.
Time is running for Spencer. Come on, 190
But
kilos.
now Spencer Herrick from USA is up 190 kilos. Spencer is in our sub-junior age division.
He's a new lifter on the world scene, if I'm correct.
I believe so.
Yeah, that was pretty easy.
That's good.
Just get your opening.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what weight it is. Just get your opening.
Yep, 2 to 1.
Otherwise,
good
you'll
lift.
see three lifters from a session, from the squats before. You know, they're out. Nothing. So we got 5 lifters in the 120, 120 plus juniors here, and we got 3 in the sub juniors here.
In the sub-juniors, there's quite a bit of spacing between all 3 lifters, so we shouldn't see too much jockeying. But in our junior age division, the 4 out of the 5
Yeah,
are 20 kilos apart.
that's not much.
That's not much. And they have similar numbers in the squat as well, so they'll be battling it out for the medals in the squat here. All right, so here comes Castro from Puerto Rico with 220 kilos. A little trouble there with Death. He may have done a little double bounce out of the hole. And 2 to 1, no lift. They said he wasn't deep enough. And definitely looked like he needs to get a little bit lower. But we move on to Darius Hodge from USA, taking 230 kilos. He's been competing 4 years, which is quite a bit for a sub-junior.
Yeah.
For Darius Hodges from USA, 230 kilo, followed by Leskovets.
He may be 18 years old, so maybe been competing since 14, maybe when he came into high school.
I think when you start at 14 years old, since the age you can start in the IPF, you know, that's actually the best position to be at to get all that experience in.
Yes.
He was a bit unstable with the walkout.
Oh, good lift.
That's a big kid.
Yes. And in USA, we have certain states we have high school powerlifting, and so they may have started there at 14 years old and worked their way up now to the IPF World Championships. So here comes Nikita Leskovets from Russia, taking 295 kilos. And he's the heavy favorite for the gold medal in the sub-junior age division, with almost a 100-kilo lead on his next competitor based on the openers. It's quite the
wide stance.
both
Yeah,
sides at the same time.
Same. I actually think he got depth on that one. Depth from the front.
There you
Yeah.
go.
370 kilos.
All right, so all 3 of our sub-juniors got their opening squats in. Our first junior was not able to get a squat in, and now we have 4 attempts left.
We got our Zamasov from Russia, who is the heaviest lifter in this whole competition.
He's taking
163 kilos.
And he's
I've seen this guy in the hotel before.
Followed by Tianchi and Shevchenko.
he's a big
That's-
boy.
That's a big guy. Big boy.
Yeah. Opening up with 370 kilos. And this is a more normal grip we see for this weight class. Almost all the way out to the ends.
You know, in the breakfast room in the morning, I saw him eat. He almost ate my breakfast. Wow. How deep was that?
Yeah.
You don't want to mess with this guy.
That was a good lift.
380 kilo on the back.
Well, this is going to be an interesting battle in the 120 plus here.
Here comes Lin Yi Chun from Chinese Taipei, opening up at 380 kilos. Been competing for 5 years, and he's currently a student.
That's great weight here for junior Nicholas. High weights.
Yeah, he's only 17 kilos on his personal best.
And now on the other end of the extremes, he only weighed in 121.11 kilos in the 120 plus. So he just barely weighed over the lower weight class limit of 120.
Oh, yeah. You actually see Castro from Puerto Rico, he weighed 350 grams above above what he should. I think, you know, if you compete as a super, you want to pick up a little bit more weight, I would say.
For some of these lifters, it may have been more of a team strategy. Maybe move a lifter up a weight class to get a better placing, or maybe have more lifters overall for your team. So maybe they had to eat up a little bit, move up a weight class for their team.
Well, he made that look easy. I don't know about that from the side. Yeah,
Actually,
that was pretty fast squat.
this is actually Tian Chen Sen, I believe, on the lifter profile listed the incorrect name. But he got a good lift with 380 kilos. So we move on to Andrei Sevchenko from Ukraine, who's been competing for 5 years and is a student.
The bar is loaded, 382.5 kilo for Shevchenko.
Yeah, no, the top three guys that's opening here, there's only 7.5 kilos between them on the openers.
So here goes Shevchenko, our second to last squat.
843.3 pounds.
Wide stance, nice and fast on the way down. And good lift.
I think so far that was the easiest opener out of everybody.
Very good technique as well. So now we move on to our final opener. It's going to be Michael Rodriguez from USA, taking 387.5 kilos. He's been competing for 6 years and is also a student. And he's the youngest lifter here in the junior 120 plus. Year of birth 1996.
The bar is loaded.
He's got a couple years left in the juniors.
USA, 387.5 kilos.
All right, this is the heaviest opener we have here today. After that, we'll move on to the second attempts. Rodriguez has competed at a few World Championships. If I'm correct, he competed last year in Poland at the World Juniors.
And you can see the difference between him and the Russian lifter. The Russian lifter was very tall. And Michael Rodriguez is a little shorter, more compact. Having a lot of trouble with that depth.
Yeah.
But it came up very fast. And 2 to 1, good lift.
So all good lifts except for one attempt here.
So far our 120 pluses seem to be doing better than our 120s in the previous group.
Yes.
Maybe the coaches saw a load of what's going on and made some adjustments.
Isn't Rodriguez normally a raw lifter?
He's done both, but he's primarily an equipped lifter.
Yeah.
He's just done some raw lifts on the competitions on the side. And you'll see that for some lifters will bounce back and forth between raw and equipped competitions. maybe they enjoy both, or maybe they're good at both and want to compete at high-level competitions in both the raw and the equipped. So now we're starting our second attempts, starting with Spencer Herrick from USA, 205 kilos.
He's going up 15 kilos. In squat, this is a normal jump, 15 kilos.
That's for sure the bronze medal.
There's only 3 lifters here in the sub-juniors. And they're quite apart from each other in weights and totals, so there's no need really to rush it. And
yeah, they're better off just focusing on their own numbers.
Yeah,
going after personal bests. And here comes our one lifter who could not get his opener in. So Abel Castro from Puerto Rico is retaking 220 kilos. Had a little issue hitting depth. Let's see if his coach can help him out. Get the second attempt in.
This is the last lifter from Puerto Rico, yeah?
Yes.
He struggled a bit there to get out of the rack.
All right, Abel, let's see what you can do. Not sure about that one, Heinrich.
No, it was a slow descent. No. 3 reds. The thing is with some supers, some of them, they do struggle a bit to hit them. And also because their quads are so big and huge, it's a little bit difficult for some referees to actually see, that they did hit depth, but because their legs are so big, you don't always see that.
Yep. And when you bring in the squat suits, sometimes these lifters lean over so much that the suit starts binding up in that bottom position and they can't go down any further. Here comes Hodges from USA taking 250 kilos.
Hodges from the US going up 20 kilos.
Yes.
His opener was so easy. Oh, yes.
And that's a good lift. As you said, smart move is open up easy, get into the competition. And he did that, decided to take a 20-kilo jump now, make some moves, and that looked easy as well. Let's see what he'll go to next.
He actually looks like such a nice guy.
Yes.
Nice kid, actually.
We call them gentle giants.
A gentle giant.
All right, so here comes Nikita from Russia, taking 315. Taking 315 kilos. His personal best, I believe, was listed as 302.5.
Yeah, so it's quite a big jump there.
Another 20-kilo jump.
Yes, already in first place.
As we said, the sub-juniors spaced out quite a bit, so they're all just playing their own game, and he decided to take a 20-kilo jump, go for a new personal best.
Oh, that was super deep.
Yeah. So he was much more upright than the previous lifter, easier to hit depth. Good lift for him.
390 kilo on the back.
All right, so those were our 3 sub-juniors, and now we're heading back to the juniors for our final 4 attempts.
All the sub-juniors got their attempts.
Yep. We have another Russian lifter coming up now, Konstantin.
Oh, the big guy.
3 years of competing. His personal best is listed as 340, Heinrich, and he opened up with 370, now going to 390. Maybe eating that big breakfast is working for him.
He's going to eat the weights. I'm telling you.
He might eat our back spotter, Michael Zalinsky. Weighs about 185 or 190 kilos.
He's almost there. He's Russian strong.
Bar is loaded for Arsamasov Konstantin, 390 kilo, followed by Tien and Rodriguez. That's for the moment the jump from the 4th to the 1st place, if you do that.
Yeah, so decided to take that 20 kilo jump as we mentioned, and that will temporarily move him to that gold medal position in the squat. So let's see what Konstantin can do. Gets the squat command. Gives a scream on the way up.
What was that?
Good lift.
It was a bit skew. It was a bit skew going down, but I mean that was 390. You know, you can probably jump by 40 kilos even.
He might take another 20 kilo jump though. We'll see. But next up is Tien Chi Sen.
Oh.
Took a 15 kilo jump to 395. And then if he completes this lift, he'll temporarily move up into that gold medal position in the squat.
Let's make powerlifting exciting. When you are supporting the lifters, then it makes powerlifting more exciting.
Spars and loaders are making sure weights are loaded correctly, everything is tight, rack height's correct, getting the bar even. We're running out of red plates up there, Heinrich, with what these lifters are attempting now for the seconds.
Stop.
There's one extra red plate on the rack. As I mentioned, spars and loaders are making sure they have the correct weight on here, so they were missing a 25 kilo red plate on one side, but they were able to catch that before the lifter went out there and attempted it.
Yeah, that would have made a difference.
Yeah, 25 kilos, 55 pounds on one side would have made quite a bit of difference. But that's why we have 5 spotters and loaders up there. We also have the 3 referees and the 3-man jury all checking for this, making sure the correct weight is out there for the lifter.
Right, so they used all the weights here.
Yep. We've run out of 25 kilo plates. So here goes Tien.
Oh, no. He just lost that at the bottom. Yeah. And if you got a guy like Big Mike spotting you, you don't even have to stress about anything.
Yeah, it looks like he just lost tightness, fell back. The spars were able to lift him up, put him back in the rack safely.
I saw that the big Russian, Arsamasov, was only jumping 17 kilos, going for 7.
Yep, so maybe he's just taking a guess at what these other lifters are going to take for the thirds and trying to get a gold medal.
Because these 4 lifters are so close to each other, small jumps might be the smart move.
Yes.
Because it will all add up at the end. All right, so Rodriguez here. He's the first lifter to squat while attempting 400 kilos at this World Championship.
And as I mentioned earlier, he's our youngest lifter in this 120 kilo plus junior age division. Nice walkout for Michael. Gets the squat command.
Oh, that was, wow. I've never seen 400 move so fast.
Ooh.
Oh, 2 to 1?
2 to 1, no lift.
That's a side lift for these.
Yes, and looks like the coach is going to the jury, have a little discussion with them. The jury now has a screen as well where they can watch a replay of what you guys are watching.
In my opinion, that was a good lift, even from the side.
Meanwhile, we have Andrei Shevchenko also taking 400 kilos for his second attempt. He's from Ukraine.
Let's see if he gets it.
Yes, this will be our final second attempt, and this would temporarily move him to the gold medal position for the squat.
Oh, he might have cut that one high.
Okay. 2 to 1, good lift.
217.5 kilos.
Well, that was interesting.
Yep. So we move on to our third attempts. All our lifters are in the competition except for one, Abel Castro from Puerto Rico. So we'll see if he can come back, get that, stay in the competition.
So got 8 squats remaining.
First one up being Spencer Herrick from USA, taking 217.5 kilos for his final attempt. And I believe his personal best was listed somewhere around 247.5.
247.
Yes. So I'm not sure if that was correct or not. If it was, maybe he's dealing with an injury or something like that. And just playing it safe here since there's only 3 lifters in the sub-junior.
Yeah, usually if you see that the personal best is much higher than the lifter attempting, it can be from injury, that they're just fighting that back.
And he's coming up with easy, so it may be that. They may be playing conservative.
Yeah, 2 to 1.
2 to 1, good lift.
220 kilo on the back.
So, as we mentioned earlier, the USA coach went to the jury for Michael Rodriguez. Looks like the jury didn't believe it was deep enough, so that stays a no lift. And they put it at 405 for his final attempt, so they decided to go.
I think that's a smart move.
So now we're going to have 4 lifters in this final attempt squats attempting over 400 kilos, Heinrich.
4 guys.
All battling it out for those top 4 placings. It's going to be a nice little finish to our squats here.
And all those squats are attempting for first place in squat.
In the meantime, we have here Abel Castro missed his first and second attempt, retaking 220 kilos. He needs this to stay in the competition. Everyone's getting behind him. Let's see if the coach can get him to get down to depth.
Oh,
he looks like he came up early.
That was way too early.
Despite his coach telling him to continue to go down, 2 to 1, no lift.
All right, so the remaining juniors in the 120 plus, they will all be battling for first place.
Yes. It looks like the Puerto Rican coach is going to the jury at this point. You might as well go there, try and talk with them, convince them to put your lifter back into the competition. All right, so we're loading it up now for Hodges from USA. Decided to take another big jump to 272.5 kilos for his final attempt. His personal best is listed as 256, so this will be a big personal best for Jadarius Hodges from USA.
USA, 272.5 kilo, silver medal.
Not a big jump from Hodges here.
Yes. Let's see what he can do. He's fighting, and he gets the recommend. The referees say, good lift, 2 to 1.
And the gentle giant went 3 for 3.
With a big personal best. All right, for our final sub-junior, we're loading it up. 330 kilos for Nikita Leskovets from Russia. And this will be another personal best for Nikita. He hit one on his second, decided to take another big personal best on his third.
Reminder, 10 minutes break between squat and bench press.
So we're down to our final 5 squats of this World Sub-Junior and World Junior Powerlifting Championships.
Yes.
It's going to be quite the show for the final 4.
Oh, yes. Actually, his nose is bleeding there.
Oh, yeah. But he still stands up with it. Nose bleed and all. Referees say.
There's a lot of pressure. Well, that's a good lift.
Good lift.
There's a lot of pressure when, with the suits and the wraps. So
on the way down, it started coming out, but he didn't let it bother him. He finished lift. And all our sub-juniors made
All of them got
3
their
attempts.
lifts. I think, you know what, the 120 junior, the 120 class, they can learn from these guys.
Yes.
Okay. There's just some blood there.
Yeah, so now they got to clean it off. In the meantime, Heinrich, can you look up for us what the junior world record squat is for this 120 plus class?
Oh, the junior record.
Yes.
Is 475 kilos,
And who
which
owns
was
that?
set in 2013 in Stavanger, Norway by Carl Ingar Christensen. And arguably one of the best squatters ever in the IPF. Yeah, upright squatter. You
Yes.
don't see that a lot. And that was, that was still as a junior, 475 kilos.
And not just a good squatter. Didn't he hold the world record total in the open at one point?
Yes, it was 1,190 kilos, which was in 2014, where he won his first open worlds in Denver, Colorado.
All right, so they cleaned off the blood, they load up the weights, and now we have Tian Chi Sen from Chinese Taipei, won 400 kilos.
And this is for gold in squat.
So the current heaviest squat is 400 kilos, but Tian weighs lighter, so if he makes this 400 kilo attempt, he will move temporarily into the gold medal position for the squat. Gets himself focused, gives a little yell. All right, here goes Tian. Gets himself set up. Gets the squat command. He's able to stand up with it this time, Heinrich. He kept his tightness and his balance.
And he got it.
And he got it. And he's excited. So he's temporarily in the gold medal position now, Heinrich.
So now Rodriguez from USA is trying for first.
Yes.
Now he's going up 5 kilos from his second, which he was red lighted for depth.
Yep. His personal best is listed at 395. So not only will this move him into the gold medal position temporarily, it would also give him a 10 kilo personal best. And of course, the battle for the total. So a lot on the line.
There's a lot of battles here.
Yep. It's a very important squat here for Michael Rodriguez from USA. Bar's low for him, his clock is running, and here he comes. All right, coach is giving him some cues. Get tight on that bar. Want a nice, efficient walkout.
He's definitely the shortest of all the lifters.
Yes. Here he goes, gets the squat command.
Down a little bit skew, actually.
Looks a little similar to the last attempt, Heinrich.
Yeah.
Let's see what the referees think.
Oh, he got it. So he's got the gold for the squat at the moment.
With one attempt left.
2 attempts.
Oh, sorry, 2 attempts.
Will be a jump for the fourth to the first place. Asamasov, Konstantin from Russia.
But you'll see the next 2 guys coming up from Russia and Ukraine, they both going 407.5, 410, only 2.5 kilos difference. But the Russian lifter coming up next, he weighs 30 kilos more than Shevchenko from Ukraine.
So he's taking 407.5 kilos,
Yeah.
which is 898.4 pounds. So here goes Konstantin from Russia, our heaviest lifter here in this group. He's been making his squats look nice and easy, so let's see what he can do. Gives a yell at the top. Hit step.
Oh, no, he got out of the groove there.
Yep. But the spars are there. Quickly grab it.
Yeah, he's disappointed.
Get him safely back into the rack.
So Rodriguez still on the first place.
It was good just to have all those spotters there.
Yes.
And they caught that weight.
So
Just safety for the lifters.
Yes.
And safety for the spotters.
So Konstantin is the odd man out, taking 4th place in the squats. But here comes Andrei Shevchenko from Ukraine, attempting 410 kilos. That's 903.9 pounds for the final squat of this championship. He's currently in the bronze medal in the squat, but this will move him into the gold.
Oh, yeah. Rodrigo's from the US at the moment got the gold, and Tien from China is second.
Come on, give big hands here. After this, we have 10 minutes break.
All right, so here's our final squad of the championship. Shevchenko, Ukraine, sets it up, gets the squat command, fights it up with 900 pounds on his back.
I think he got that. I think
Me
we
too,
got first
Heinrich.
place in squat. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Good lift.
Oh, yes. Oh, what a squat battle this was. All right, we're going to come back in 10 minutes for the bench press. We will start with the 120 juniors and sub-juniors.
All right, don't go away. All right, folks, welcome back to our final session of the World Sub-Junior and World Junior Powerlifting Championships here in Orlando, Florida. We are now going into our bench press, starting off with the 120 kilo weight class. We had quite the battle in the squat. Fortunately for this 120 kilo class, we had 3 lifters who could not get a good lift in the squat, but we'll see if they continue on with the bench press, as they can still get individual medals in the bench press and the deadlift. So the bar is loaded for our first lifter, Bilgun from Mongolia, taking 145 kilos. So we have a little close battle between first and second place in the sub-juniors, and then a big gap between our next 2 lifters. But they were third and fourth place. We'll also be battling it out for the bronze medal in the total.
Bars loaded.
All right, bars loaded for our first lifter. And here comes the bench press. The bench press, you got 3 commands: start, press, and rack. So in order to get that start command, the head, shoulders, and butt need to be on the bench, the feet need to be flat on the floor, and the elbows need to be locked out. Once the lifter brings the bar to their torso and the bar is motionless, they will get the press command and then return to that finished position before they get the rack command. Between that the start and rack command, the head, shoulders, and butt must stay on the bench and feet flat.
Press.
So there he goes, gets the start, press, and the rack. And 3 white lights, good lift.
155 kilo on the back.
If you're watching that replay, you'll see his feet slid a little bit on that platform. It's okay if your feet slide, but they cannot come up off the platform.
Yeah, his heel was a little bit up. When you saw that.
It's a little difficult to judge the bench press since there's so many things to look for. You're trying to watch the bar, you're checking the lifter's head, you're checking their butt, you're checking their feet.
Especially if you're a side referee on a bench press, there's so many things to look at. Like you said, buttocks, the feet.
Yes. And from the head position, you might be able to see the heels better. From the side, you might have to move around a little bit to be able to check exactly whether it's down or up. But here comes Vindis from Costa Rica, taking 155 kilos for his opener. Presses it up nice and easy. And good lift. As you saw with that attempt, the chief referee made him hold it on his chest quite a bit because the bar was still moving while it was on his chest.
Yeah.
So if it's bouncing around, as you see, it slid up his chest a little bit. It was bouncing around. The chief waited until the bar was motionless and then give him the press command. So our next lifter, Marshall Mesmer from USA, taking 185 kilos for his opener. He's been competing for 2 years and he's a part-time worker.
Bar loaded.
Eyes loaded, 185 kilo for Mesmer Marshall, USA, followed by Gopinski and Lee.
So Marshall was battling it out with his competitor Grupinski from Poland in the squat. Grupinski was able to get the gold. Mesmer got the silver. And now they're going to be battling it on the bench press, both opening up with 185 kilos.
You see the sub-junior world record is 290, and in the single lift is 300. Now, you'll hear us say single lift quite a few times, and that means when there's the bench-only worlds, that is the records that they set here. But you can break the single lift record in a free lift meet like this if it's higher than the single lift competition.
Yes.
And you will actually see that at the end of this first round, Kevin Jaeger, even though he bombed in a squat, he's going for a single lift record. He can still go for a single lift record. And that will also be 4 kilos above the open record.
All right, so that was a good lift for Mesmer. Now, staying at 185 kilos, as I mentioned, Grupinski from Poland will be attempting the same weight. Right, so here goes Grupinski.
I don't know if he was
Motionless.
there.
But he got the press command and a good lift.
You know, yesterday is actually something I've never saw in my life before. You know, the lifter got the press command, and he actually didn't go up. He went right. He went right, and then he went up.
Maybe he was shifting to his stronger side. But here comes Hayden Lee from New Zealand, attempting 190 kilos for his opener. And Hayden drives it back, gets the right command.
That was an easy bench.
Easy bench, good lift. As you're watching, you'll see these lifters are allowed to get a lift off from spars and loaders to help them out bring the bar for the bench press. So when they go up there, they'll communicate with the person giving the lift off, let them know how they want it so they can get the perfect setup and position to execute the bench press.
That's an important part in bench press. You want that perfect handoff, so nothing throws you off. You don't want it out too early or too late.
Yeah, it's important to maintain tightness in the bench press and get the bar over the correct position in the shirt. So it's very important to communicate with your lift-off man or woman. Let them know exactly how you want it. So here comes Samuel Lederleitner from Slovakia, taking 215 kilos. Very slow descent, having trouble with touch. He was able to get the press command. He's fighting it. Let's see if he can get that right elbow locked out. You think there was some downward motion, Heinrich?
Definitely on the right hand. Yeah.
There you go. No lift.
So we need 250 kilo on the back.
All right, next up, it's going to be Tyler Ramsey from Canada, also attempting 215 kilos for his opener.
And all the sub-juniors got the openers. So all the sub-juniors...
Always doing very well.
Yeah. At the moment, it looks better than the squads.
So with these three lifters that bombed out here in this class, now these other lifters are moving up in the placing. So now Ramsey is looking to try and get on the podium. And so he gets a good lift on his opener.
Good lift.
So this is the importance of making your opener and staying in the competition. Some of these lifters may have thought they had no chance of getting on the podium. Now three lifters are out. Everyone moves up a little bit. And now these lifters can score points for their teams where maybe they projected that they would not get quite as much. So here comes our first lifter who bombed down the squat, but we'll see if he's looks like he's continuing on for bench press. Henrik Jensvold from Norway, 235 kilos.
235 kilo, followed by Ibrahim and Sago.
Gets set up, gets the start command. Drives it back to the shoulders and locks it out.
That was an easy opener.
Maybe he learned a little bit from the squat.
Yeah.
Made some adjustments.
That's what openers should look like.
Yes. Now maybe he can build some momentum from bench press into deadlift, build some confidence towards his next competition. And now we have Mohamed Ibrahim from Lebanon, taking 237.5 kilos for his opener and competing for 7 years as a student engineer. helmet gives a little yell at the top as it's getting set up. These lifters have a 60-second clock, so when they say bars loaded for lifter, their 60-second clock starts, and they must get the start command in the bench press before that time runs out. So Muhammad's down to 20 seconds right now as he gets his lift off and gets set up. And he gets his start command in time.
I mean, he lifted his head.
Yeah.
Take it.
Yeah, it looks like he lost his position and dumped it towards his hips.
I think the shirt was maybe a little bit too jacked up. A little bit too tight. Yeah.
But we'll see.
There was nothing right with that bench.
Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
So we'll see if maybe they can make a little adjustments to the shirt, come back and get it on the second attempt. Meanwhile, we're going up to staying at 237.5 kilos for Julian Segoy from Norway.
And this is the 120 weight class, the sub-juniors and juniors. And we are in Orlando, Florida. This is the last day of the lifting. We started on Monday. Today is the 6th day of the World Championships. Next year, this World Championships will be in Potchefstroom in South Africa.
We've had a lot of competition, a lot of battles in his weight class throughout the week.
Oh, yeah.
And we're continuing it on here in this final day.
You know, but we had battles about in every weight class. Especially the women. You know, a lot of those weight classes were close, were good.
So here goes Segoy. Drives it up. And gets a good lift. And there was a lot of strategy going on the final deadlifts all week. Lifters passing on their second attempt, saving their energy for the third, using their 2 changes on the third attempts, jockeying for what attempt they think they're capable of versus what their competitor is, and a lot of final deadlifts for the win. So here comes Alexander Teterenko from Ukraine, attempting 250 kilos for his opener. His personal best list is 252.5, so he's opening just underneath his personal best. This will be an important opener for Alexander, as he's projected currently to be in second place in the total. Having a little trouble getting down to the torso.
That shit is quite tight. Got the press command.
Locks out his right elbow.
Yeah. But his range of motion was, it was quite big.
Good lift.
275 kilo on the back.
Yeah, so the lifters will use a arch in the back and a wide grip, keeping that torso nice and high, to try and limit that range of motion. All right, so next up, Enrique Lugo from USA, attempting 275 kilos with a personal best listed as 283. So he'll be our second heaviest bench press here on openers, with a big jump from Enrique to Kevin Yeager.
It's an 85 kilo jump.
That looked good.
That was a
very smart opener.
Range.
Good lift. All right, Heinrich, here we go.
Now we're going to 360 kilo.
So what did you say the junior bench press single lift world record was listed as?
Yeah. So it's an open world record in the single lift bench. So it's not in the free lift, even though you bombed in the squat. This is 4 kilos above the open world record.
So junior and open single lift.
And we've already seen one open record being broken this week. Okay, 360 kilos. No, 355 is his personal best in the 120 class. And the 120 plus class, this year he benched 392. Right, this is a big weight.
They brought 5 spotters out. Make sure.
No, he shakes his head. He couldn't touch. No.
Second round.
All right, so there's our openers.
Yeah, you can't say much about that.
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he's not having the day he would like. So we had 3 lifters miss their opening bench press. We move on to the second attempts. Starting with Bilgan from Mongolia with 155 kilos. So in powerlifting, we use the round system. So we start with the lightest weight for the first attempt, go all the way to the heaviest weight, let them all turn in their second attempts, and then go back down to the lightest weight and start over again with the second round.
And you know, we actually got a pretty good view here. We're sitting in front of the crowd, well, on the side of the venue, and just a little bit over to our left, about 10 o'clock, we can see the lifters, we can see the referee, so we also see what's going on right in front of us.
Helps to be on this raised stage.
Yeah, you know, with all the camera crew who's drinking their coffee.
Here goes Bilgan.
A little bit unstable when he touched.
Gives a little scream on the way up too, which I'm not necessarily a fan of, Heinrich, because you're kind of letting all your air and your tightness out, wasting energy as you're screaming.
Yeah.
Instead, I like to take a big breath and maintain that throughout the.
You want to keep tight. You want to keep your lats. You want to keep your stomach. Everything must be tight throughout the whole left.
So you see in the replay, he lost that left side. So we'll see if he can come back and get that. Meanwhile, we go up to 165 kilos for Sergio Vindis Rodriguez from Costa Rica.
Come on, Sergio. Vamos.
And Sergio will be battling it out for the bronze medal in this sub-junior 120 class. So that was a much better execution from Sergio compared to Bill Gunn previously. And he's excited. He's having fun with his coach.
We'll see at the end of the round, Kevin Jaeger again.
Now he's bumping it up another 10 kilos as he battles it out with Grupinski in the sub-junior division. Good controlled descent. Drives it back to the shoulders. Locks it out. And good lift.
Okay, we're staying with 195 kilos.
And as you're watching the replay, you see how the lifters tuck their elbows in and touch low on their chest, sometimes on the belly, and then drive it back over the shoulders to follow the groove of the shirt and have a strong lockout.
I think there must be some error there on the cards because Costa Rica is jumping 110 kilos. I don't believe that is correct.
I think Sasha's a little tired here. Final day. We're all a little tired. So he just corrected it right now. 175 kilos is actually Sergio's third attempt. But we have Grupinski here from Poland also taking 195 kilos.
Okay, they actually changed Costa Rica. I would say that's almost,
Oh, and that was very easy for Wojciech. Good lift. All right, so those are our 4 sub-juniors, and now we go into the juniors, starting with Hayden Lee from New Zealand, taking 200 kilos for his second attempt, which would be a 5-kilo personal best for him. He's been competing for 5 years, and he's a personal trainer.
He traveled far. I think from New Zealand, because they have to fly to Sydney first, and it depends on if they go via LA or flying other way around the world. It's about over close to 30-40 hours of traveling just to get here and actually compete at the World Championships. That shows dedication.
Yep. Let's see if he can lock out those elbows. He couldn't quite finish the lift. So no lift for Hayden. He'll come back and try that again for his third. It's a whole nother variable. It's one thing to travel maybe 20 minutes to a gym and lift or a competition. It's nothing to travel 20 hours to go compete. And so a lot of these lifters from these countries like New Zealand and Australia are typically at a disadvantage. They have to travel maybe twice as long as everyone else. Some of them trying to come several days earlier so they can get used to the change of time zone, used to the difference of food in the country, get some training sessions in the country that they'll be competing in. So here comes Samuel Lederleitner from Slovakia, retaking 215 kilos for his second attempt. He was one of those 3 lifters we mentioned who missed their opening bench press. So let's see if he can come back and get his second attempt. Still having a little difficulty touching the chest, but he's able to touch, lock it out, and get a good lift. He's back in the competition. All right, here comes Tyler Ramsey from Canada, taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 227.5, which is a 5 kilo personal best for him. He's been competing for 8 years as a programmer analysis.
Bags loaded for Ramsey, Canada, 227.5 kilo, followed by Ibrahim and Chensford. He's ranked at the 5th place. Come on, Tyler!
He's got a very narrow foot stance here, Heinrich. Almost heels touching the bench support.
Yeah, and if the feet touches the support,
that's an infraction.
Yeah.
But that's a good lift for Ramsey from Canada.
42.5 kilo in the back.
All right, we're loading up for Mohammed Ibrahim from Lebanon, one of our other lifters who missed their opening bench press. He missed 237.5, decided to take a 5 kilo jump here to 242.5.
Yeah, his opener was just a mess.
Yes.
Mohammed Lebanon, 242.5 kilo, followed by Jensford and Sagoy. Come on, give me camp here to Mohammed. He needs that lift. Come on, people.
All right, bars low from Mohammed. Yeah, as Heinrich mentioned, he just had a little trouble on his descent. Maybe didn't keep his elbows underneath correctly. Forearms tipped on him and he dumped it towards his hip. So let's see if him and his coach made any adjustments to the bench shirt, make a little adjustment to his technique, and be able to execute this. Quick descent, but still having issues touching.
Now see, he went over to the right a bit.
Yeah, shifted over to the right, lost his forearms again towards his hips.
He has to change drastically.
245 kilo on the back. That's a jump for the fourth.
Yeah.
Third place if you do that.
Looks like it might be a little too much pressure for him too. He's taking some time getting up. He's maybe feeling lightheaded. But we move on to Henrik Jensvold from Norway, taking 245 kilos for his second attempt.
That's an example for all the other teams here in Norway supporting their lifter. Jensvold Henrik from Norway, 245 kilo. Down for the ball.
All right.
Team Norway's here.
Jensvold is sitting at the moment in 4th place in the bench press. And if we see, if Kevin Jaeger doesn't get a bench in, we have to look at him. There's only, Jens Volt and his other Norwegian teammate, they will be battling out for the bronze in the bench.
With Jens Volt being the lighter lifter, gives him a little benefit in the temp selection.
Yeah, and that looked like a perfect bench right there.
And good lift. All right. Keeping the weight the same for the other Norwegian lifter, Julian Sagoy.
Julian from Norway, the guy is loaded 245 kilos. Followed by Titarenko
And
Lugo.
Sagoy's personal best is listed as 242.5, so this would be a new personal best for him. As you watch the lifter setup, you see each lifter has a slightly different setup, with the goal being getting those shoulders as tight as possible, getting a big arch, and driving those feet into the ground.
They all have a different setup, but they all do the same thing. Tiny pause in the middle there.
Yep. 2-to-1, good lift.
260 kilo on the back.
So the chief referee gave him a blue card. Saw a little downward motion as he came off the chest. They still got a good lift. We move on now to Alexander Titarenko from Ukraine, attempting 260 kilos for his second attempt.
Ukraine 260 kilo, followed by Lugo and Jaga.
If you're taking a look at the scoreboard, on the far right you'll see the prognosis in the total and place, and you'll see Alexander's currently projected for second place here in the 120 juniors.
And Lugo from USA is just in front of him.
So it's very critical here in the bench press. Make attempts,
Yeah.
put kilos towards
the
your
first,
total.
The Ukrainian, these two that's battling for the gold at the end. It will only be between those two, and for bronze, it looks like Ramsey from Canada and Lee from New Zealand will be battling for the bronze.
And that was a good lift for Alexander. So now we go to Enrique Lugo from USA, attempting 285 kilos, which will be a 2-kilo personal best for him. So with the prognosis, you can see he's got a 25-kilo lead, but you can make up that ground quickly. If the lifter misses 2 attempts in a discipline, then they're losing lots of kilos that the competitors can come back and get them going into the deadlift. Let's see what Enrique can do here in a second attempt. Continue to maintain his lead going into the deadlift. Good
He
touch.
touched very low. He's actually quite low on the bench itself.
Yes.
So the spotter has to. When he takes out the weight from him, he has to go quite far.
365 kilo.
Good workout for the liftoff man as well.
Oh yeah.
And here comes Kevin Jaeger.
365 kilos, which will be an open world record in the single lift. 365, and he's weighing 119.74.
Loaded for Jaga Kevin, Germany, 365 kilo, open, single bench press world record attempt. Come on, give big hands here to Kevin.
Kevin had a little trouble touching his chest with his opener. Let's see if these 5 kilos make a difference. For those who don't know kilos, 365 kilos is about 805 pounds.
That's a massive weight.
Massive weight just to hold in your hand. Again, he's having lots of trouble touching, and he gives a lot of shake.
Shakes his head. It looked better than his first one.
And he was staying with it, and then just gave a little shake and told the spotters to take it.
155 kilo on the back. Starting the third
Maybe
round.
he's going to go up 5 kilos for his next one.
So We had 4 lifters miss their second attempts as we now bring the weight back down for third attempts, starting with Bilgan from Mongolia, retaking 155 kilos. So Bilgan will be the odd man out, and the sub-juniors getting 4th place in the bench press as the other 3 battled out for the medals.
All right, third attempts just starting now. Yeah, Kevin Jaeger went up 10 kilos, 375.
Might as well. 5 kilos made a little bit difference. But
Now, interesting enough, in the juniors 120s here, now Kevin is going 375. You know, if he gets that, that's only 12.5 kilos less than a bigger squat in this class.
that just shows how good he is, but very, very volatile lifter in the bench shirt. All or nothing for him typically.
We have also 10 minutes break between bench press.
So that was a no lift for Bilgan. As we move on now to Sergio Vindes Rodriguez from Costa Rica, taking another 10 kilo jump, not 110.
Yeah, not 110.
To the correct weight of 175 kilos, 385 pounds.
So the bar is loaded for Vindes
And he has
Sergio,
the bronze medal in the bench press.
175 kilo, the bar is loaded, followed by Mesma and Lee. That's the third place.
And with the Mongolian lifter missing 2 attempts on bench press, and Sergio from Costa Rica making 2 attempts in the bench press thus far, with the third starting to pull away in that bronze medal position for the total. So let's see what he can do here. Drives it back, locks it out, gets a little yell at the top, and the referees say 2 white lights, good lift.
Oh, that's good.
And he's very happy about that one.
Yeah, he got all his benches in.
Yep.
Okay, so there's still 2 benches here that needs to get a bench in. And with Lebanon, he's going up 7.5 kilos. Hopefully he gets this because he's been having trouble with his shirt, with set up everything. Jaeger also needs to get a bench in, but Jaeger already bombed. We don't want to see another one.
We want to see another world record. So here comes Marshall Mesmer from USA, attempting 200 kilos, which will move him into the gold medal in the bench press, with Krupinski to come at 205.
Quite a long way down.
Yep. Able to touch, driving it back to his shoulders. Let's see if he can stay with it. He's fighting it. He's fighting it.
He's fighting.
Let's see if he can lock out that right elbow.
No,
Oh, he just couldn't.
He went down.
Yes. Spouters grabbed it.
But still, he didn't give up on that.
No lift, so he'll end up with the silver medal in the bench press.
205 kilo on the back.
As we now move to the next lifter, Hayden Lee from New Zealand. Missed 200 kilos for a second, bumping it up to 205 now for his third, as he's trying to keep up with the current third place lifter, Tyler Ramsey from Canada.
205 kilo, followed by Krupinski and Lederleiter.
Hayden's personal best is listed as 195, so this would be a 10 kilo personal best for him. It'd be interesting to see if the only lifter from New Zealand can end up on the podium here on the final day.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. Maybe motivate for some of his teammates back home to come try out some equipped competitions.
Yeah, no. let's see Gibbs come back to equip.
Yeah, show this.
Show him how it's done.
Show the world that New Zealand's good at both raw and equipped.
Oh yes.
So good lift for Hayden. Way to come back. Make his third attempt. So now we're keeping the weight the same. Going to Wojciech Krupinski from Poland, who has the gold medal in the bench press, locked up. Now attempting 205 kilos for his final bench press.
We saw the American lift here. He doesn't use a belt when he benches. Now you as a coach, you probably have seen a lot of the Japanese lifters, and actually quite a few lifters at this competition. They don't use a belt in the bench press. Why is that?
So that's a good lift for Grupinski. Depends on what the lifter feels comfortable with and the coach. Without the belt, the shirt's able to slide up a little bit more and able to touch more easily. So it's a little more easy to work with the shirt. When you put that belt on, it takes it to the next level.
Because normally you don't want the shirt to slide.
And it becomes, again, a strategy of attempts and what the lifter can touch with, what the lifter can lock out, and maybe you'll open up without the belt so you can get an easy lift in, and then maybe put the belt on to stretch out that bench shirt a little bit more, be able to get more weight out of it.
So if you ever wondered why the Japanese lifters don't wear belts when they bench, that's why.
And some of them will wear the wider belts, which can maybe limit your arch a little bit. Some will wear the thinner belt, so they can able to arch that back, get that chest up.
Especially if you arch a lot.
Okay, that's a good lift. 272.5.
So that was a good lift for Leonard Leitner from Slovakia, 225 kilos. Now we move up 232.5 kilos for Tyler Ramsey from Canada.
Loaded for Ramsey, Tyler, Canada, 232.5 kilos.
Taylor Ramsey. He will be battling Lee from New Zealand for the bronze.
Yeah, two countries typically don't see. Canada versus New Zealand, trying to battle out for that bronze medal position. Just driving him back to the shoulders. Locks it out.
Was
His coach is excited.
On the right hand side. Yeah, 3 white lines.
Good lifts.
That's good. So Ramsey and Lee is going to battle that out.
So we need this lift. Come on, give a big hand here for Mohammed from Lebanon.
All right. Here comes Mohammed Ibrahim from Lebanon. He attempted 237.5 as opener. Had a lot of trouble with the descent. Bumped it up to 242.5 for a second. Had the same issue, and now bumping up again to 250 kilos. Hoping that this weight will help him get down to the chest in the correct position and be able to drive it up, lock it out, stay this competition.
Okay, so he needs this lift. He's actually being coached there by a US coach.
Maybe he was here by himself, and maybe that's why he's having trouble.
Yeah.
And so the USA coach thought, come out here and help him out.
Maybe help him
make sure
attempt
get in the competition. It's hard enough just to come here and compete, and then to come here completely by yourself and not have a coach just makes it that much more difficult. Oh, at least he got a press command.
Come on.
Come on.
Can he lock
Locks
it?
out the right elbow.
Oh.
2-1, no lift. We got 2 yellow cards. Let's see if we can see anything in the replay. His butt's completely off. This is why we have that side view.
You know, it's bad for him. You know, he came all this way, bombed out. But you know what? It was a much better attempt than his first 2, because the American coach came. You know, he wants to help. That's what I love about the sport.
Yes.
You know, everybody helps each other. It doesn't matter, where you're from and what your race is. Everybody helps each other. It's all like a big family.
Yes. So here's Jens Vold from Norway attempting 252.5 kilos. He wasn't able to get a squat in, but he's gotten 2 bench presses in. He's now going for his 3rd Maybe he can turn this day around a little bit, making 3 bench presses. Oh. He's driving it back. Looked like his butt came up anyways, but he just lost it towards the face. Spars was able to catch it, save him. But he was able to get 2 attempts in bench press. And Jensvold currently in the bronze medal for the bench press. And here comes his teammate, Julian Sagoy, trying to take 255 kilos for his 3rd attempt.
And that's to get the bronze, take the bronze away from Jensvold.
Take the bronze medal away from his teammate.
So even both of them bombed, they still have a little competition with each other.
Competition with each other and maybe come away with a medal. All right, here comes Julian. Brings it down, gets the press command. He's driving it back to his shoulders. He's locking it out.
Oh, yes.
That looks like a good lift to me.
That looks like a bronze medal lift. And hell yes.
2 to 1. Bronze medal in the bench press. Way to turn it around, Julian.
265 kilos. All
right, we're taking the weight up to 265 kilos for Alexander Tidorenko from Ukraine. His personal best is 252.5. So this will be a new personal best for him.
Followed by Lugo and Jega.
And he has currently has a silver medal in the bench press. And we'll finish it off with Enrique Lugo and then Kevin Yeager trying to go for another world record. Locks it out.
That was all power, that one.
And good lift.
I think, is it Tatirenko, is he 6 for 6 now? I think he got all his squats.
I think so.
Was 410? I think it was, no.
Oh no, he might, I believe he
squatted, we'll see now.
So here comes Enrique Lugo from USA attempting 295 kilos.
No, it was 387.
387.5 for Tidorenko. He's having a good day as well as Enrique Lugo here from USA.
And Ramsey. We already got 4 out of 9 lifters that bombed out.
We have the 2 ends of the spectrum. Some of these lifters having great days, making 5 or 6 attempts, and some of these lifters having terrible days, missing 5 or 6 attempts.
But that's powerlifting. Anything can happen here.
Powers it up.
Now remember, this is a big weight. This is 295 kilos.
And good lift. So he's currently in the gold medal in the bench press with Kevin Yeager left.
Kevin Yeager is going 375. This is 10 kilos above his 2nd attempt, and it will smash the open record by 19 kilos if he gets this.
So let's see what's going on. 375. Check the weight, please. Bill, check the weight on both sides.
They're just checking the weights. It's all the correct weights there.
All right, so spars and loaders making sure they have the correct weight on there. All right, so let's see what Kevin Yeager can do, going up to 375 kilos.
Okay, this will smash the record by 19 kilos.
Yep. Well, let's see if he can touch that chest and be able to get that press command. With our final bench press in the 120 kilo class before we move to the 120 plus.
Okay, 375.
Oh.
No.
And again, he just tells the spotters on the way down to take the weight for him. Just not able to touch the chest.
So Kevin bombed on squat. He bombed on bench.
I don't believe he'll deadlift. What do you think, Heinrich?
Open on 100 and finish.
I think he went on for bench press because his favorite lift. He's attempting the world record, but just not having the day he wants. I think he'll pass on deadlift, save his body for another day. But we're going to move on to the 120 plus weight class now. Starting off with Spencer Herrick from USA, attempting 122.5 kilos. And he's our youngest lifter here in the group, born in 2000.
17 years old.
Yes.
Guys loaded for Herrick Spencer, USA, 122.5 kilo, followed by Castro.
Bars loaded for Spencer. Starting us off in the 120 plus bench press. Seems to be using quite a narrow grip.
Start. Press.
But he's able to press it out. And good lift.
Good lift. 145 kilo.
Typically in a bench shirt, you'll see lifters use a wider grip to be able to reduce the range of motion and have a better position for the lockout. But Spencer decided to use a more narrow grip. And that's what he feels more comfortable with. So now we move on to Abel Castro from Puerto Rico. He's been competing for 2 years as an organic farmer, opening up at 145 kilos.
125 kilo, followed by
He was our only lifter here in the 120 plus. He was not able to complete a squat, bombed out, but he decided to continue on with bench press. So let's see what he can do with his opening bench press. Try and make some lifts here at the World Championship.
We got 8 lifters here. The highest opener at end round is 292.5.
Press.
Looked like he may have a little downward motion of the bar here. And there you go. 3 blue cards, which is for up and down after he's coming off the chest. So we move on to Jadarius Hodges. He's been competing for 4 years and works as a baseball ground groomsman. Going to be attempting 185 kilos for his opener, 3 kilos under his personal best.
The base loaded for Hodges Jadarius, USA, 185 kilo, followed by Lescovet and Jeff.
So you'll see some of these lifters have some weight marks on their back as they're laying down the bench, and that's chalk. It'll help produce some friction between their uniform and the bench press so they don't slide on the bench.
Look at that gentle giant.
Another easy attempt.
That was easy.
Oh, 2 yellow cards.
Okay, let's go forward with the next lifter. 225 kilo on the back.
I'm not sure, but I believe the chief referee was saying he had an illegal grip.
If it's a legal grip, then you should not actually.
Maybe he noticed it after he already gave the start command.
But also, if the side referees both put their hands down, then the chief referee he has to give it a command.
So the head coach went to the jury, and now the jury's coming. One of the jury members is coming over to talk to the referees and see what exactly happened. Meanwhile, we go up to 225 kilos for Nikita Leskovets from Russia.
Start. Press.
Drives it back, nice and easy. And that's a good lift.
225 open as a sub junior. And the sub-junior record is 285 kilos, and in the single lift is 310 kilos.
So on the barbell, there'll be 2 rings on there called the power rings, and that is used to have the referee see what and the lifters what the maximum grip is allowed in the bench press. So you have to cover that ring with index finger as your maximum grip.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the jury and the referees are discussing there.
They're still discussing it.
That's the from Hodges' bench from the US.
But here comes Tian Chi Sen from Chinese Taipei, attempting 245 kilos for his opening. So as you see from this angle, the lifter's using a pretty wide grip, but as long as they're covering that power ring with their index finger, they're fine. But if the referee can see the ring inside the hands, they're going to ask the lifter to bring the grip in to a legal grip. And that's a good lift for Tian.
So we need 250 kilos of that. Jury, have you made the decision? Because we need the ticket from that lifter.
So here comes the jury.
Slide it in. Slide it in. There you go.
Okay, I'll just get the new lift at the end of the round.
There you go, Heinrich. The jury discussed it with the referees, discussed amongst themselves, and decided to give a relift to Jadarius Hodges at the end of the first attempt.
Okay. He's going to get a new lift, but he's not going to follow himself. There's going to be one lifter after him, and then he has to go again.
So it's going to be short rest time, so we'll see if the coaches decide to actually take the relift or maybe just pass on it and not waste his energy having to go back-to-back almost. Oh, here goes Konstantin from Russia with 250 kilos. Looks like just lost the position on the way down. Was losing it towards his face, but his spotters were able to catch it, save him. All right, next up, Andrei Shevchenko from Ukraine, attempting 265 kilos for his opener. His personal best is listed as 270, so just 5 kilos under his best. After that, we'll have Michael Rodriguez with the heaviest bench, and then go back down for Hodges' reattempt of his opener. So here comes Andre explaining to the liftoff man how he likes his liftoff. Digging his shoulders in, squeezing those shoulder blades to pull up that chest. Getting a nice big arch. Driving his feet into the ground, maintaining that stability so he can press. Oh, and that was easy, Heinrich.
Wow. He's been probably the most consistent lifter of today.
He's had very good technique, very easy openers for him. All right, we go up to 292.5 kilos for Michael Rodriguez from USA. Been competing for 6 years. He's a student. His personal best is listed as 307.5 kilos, so he's opening 15 kilos underneath that.
Well, that's well below.
As you mentioned, good strategy like that, opening up light, getting in the competition, especially here where the top 4 lifters are all battling it out. Here goes Michael.
Maybe there was a little bit down at the lockout. Oh, no, he got that.
So now comes the first attempt for Hodges as he got a new attempt here from
All right, now comes the relift for Jadarius Hodges from USA, 185 kilos. He got 2 yellow cards from the referees. We weren't quite sure what it was. I think I may have seen them discussing that his grip was illegal, but maybe they noticed it during the lift And so the jury decided to give him a relift. Because typically, if the grip is illegal, you shouldn't even give the start command. You should ask the lifter to replace the bar, get the legal grip width set up, and then take it out again. All right, so they got the weight loaded.
I mean, how high is that rack?
Looks like my squat rack height.
USA. Followed by Herrick and Castro.
All right, let's see if we can see his grip. Looks good to me.
Yeah, his grip is good.
Nice and
It's
easy.
warm-up weight.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got Herrick from the USA up next. And then Castro, and then Hodges will go again.
So they should give him a 1 minute break.
I'm going to stand under correction, but I think it's 1 minute. Because there's only 2 lifters.
So there's only 2 lifters. All right, so now we're top of second attempts. Spencer Herrick from the USA, attempting 137.5 kilos, 7.5 kilos under his personal best.
And then Hodges. Your ranking. We need the ticket from Hodges.
Here comes Spencer with his narrow grip.
You don't want to bench with a narrow grip in a bench rack. And I actually think he lifted his head.
It looks like his head moved a little bit. Maybe his hair covered it. Yep.
Yeah, the chief referee saw that.
The size didn't.
Oh, big bushy hair.
Yeah.
It will cover everything. Yeah, in a bench you don't want to take so close. Especially if you're a big guy like that.
And in the bench press, if your hair is long enough, you actually have to put it, tie it up and put it to the side so the referees are able to see the contact between the head and the bench.
For that exact reason.
And in this case, his hair wasn't quite long enough to do that. All right, here comes Abel Castro from Puerto Rico, taking 145 kilos for a second attempt. He was not able to get his squat in. Now he's having a bad start to bench press. Let's see if he can come back and get it.
He's got the speed down.
Oh, that looked easy.
Oh. So now you ask, why did he miss his first attempt?
Yeah, not sure what happened on that opener.
5 kilo for Hodges. The lifter has 2 minutes.
Hodges got 2 minutes actually on the clock. So if you're watching lifting now, you can see the scoreboard that was going to be on the right bottom of the screen. You can switch between the scoreboard and the lifting, or you can just open up a new window. Then you can keep that next to the video.
So Hodges got a relift of his first attempt and was able to get it. And now, because there's only 2 lifters before he was coming up for his second attempt, they put 2 minutes on the clock for him. And so now we're going to have a little bit of break. And during this break, we can look at the 120 plus juniors. If you look on the far right of the scoreboard, you see the prognosis total and the placing, and you'll see how close it is. We have one lifter at 990, one lifter at 985, and 2 lifters at 970, battling it out for the podium. So just a 20 kilo difference between first and fourth place.
Yeah,
difference between being on the podium and being in the odd man out.
And you'll see in the sub junior as well, those 3 lifters, there's like 100 kilo difference between each one of them. So they're not really jockeying for positions. They know what they have to do.
You can see they're opening deadlifts as well, and you'll see in the sub juniors that 2 lifters are opening 235 and 1 at 230. So we might see a little battle for the deadlift medals, at least in that weight class. Bring a little excitement for us.
All right, Hodges is going up 20 kilos. We just saw him a few minutes ago.
It did look quite easy.
Yeah.
Let's see if that rest time was enough for him.
Wow.
Another easy attempt.
There's so much potential in in this guy.
240 kilo on the back.
All right, going up to 240 kilos now for Nikita Leskovich from Russia.
Already on the first place here.
His personal best is listed as 242.5, so this is just under that. Been competing for 4 years, and he's a student. He's 18 years old, benching 240 kilos, 530 pounds.
240 kilo, followed by Jen and Abzamaso.
I don't know about you, Heinrich, but when I was 18 years old, I was benching maybe 60 kilos. This guy is doing 4 times that amount.
You know, it's good that these lifters start at such a young age. And that also sets them up when they in the open.
Yes, and despite what some people may think, that the lifting weights early is not necessarily bad for their growth.
They don't know anything.
If anything, it can be beneficial.
Yeah.
Building the strength in the bones and the ligaments, building the muscle.
If you do it in the correct way, if you have the right coach, right, a smart coach to do that, and
the worst thing in any sport is getting an injury early on, and in the sport of powerlifting, the rate of injury is actually quite low compared to another sport like soccer or American football.
You don't see a lot of big injuries in this type of sport. There's the little ones that you can get at most sports.
Yep. So here comes Tian Chen Chi Sen from Chinese Taipei, attempting 260 kilos.
Do you want to say that again?
Tian Chi Sen.
Just got a little bit of a cramp there in his left leg.
So his clock is still running. 15 seconds left as he's cramping in the legs.
Just put your foot down and do it. Come on. 5 seconds left on the clock there. Got the start command.
Oh, I wasn't able to get it.
He's limping off there.
And we'll see if he can get a little fluids in him. Maybe his coach can give him a little massage, and he can come back and get that on the third.
Okay, out of myself. Big guy here, biggest guy here. He's going up 10 kilos, even though he missed his opener.
And he's one of these juniors battling it out for the podium. His personal best is listed as 250. He decided to open with that. Now he's taking a 10-kilo jump. So a little bit of risk here, as he needs this weight to stay in the competition and try and get on that podium.
This is one of our other giants here. Oh, that rocketed up.
And good
That's
lift.
a good lift.
It's back in the battle.
Okay, so everybody's in. Except for Castro, bombs on the squat. Everybody's got a bench in.
We got our final 2 lifts of the second attempt, starting with Andrei Shevchenko from Ukraine, attempting 275 kilos, which is a 5-kilo personal best for him.
And you'll see with the sub-juniors there, so far everybody's got their lifts, just like the squats.
Yes. Sometimes having that big separation with them, as we mentioned earlier, they're just focused on themselves. They're focused on their own lifting, their own records. They're not trying to make a change based on what their competitors are doing. And as you see now, they're making lots of attempts. In the junior age division, where it's such a close battle between first and fourth, some of them are getting a little more aggressive with attempts and missing them. So here goes Andre.
I think there was downward
motion.
There. Yeah, it was just with the lockout there. Yeah, that was a good call by the referees.
All 3 were able to see that. No lift. We'll have to come back and try that again. So now we're going up at 305 kilos for Michael Rodriguez from USA. Successfully completed 292.5 on his opener. His personal best is 307.5, so this is just 2.5 kilos beneath that.
Device loaded for Rodriguez, Michael, USA. 305 kilo, the gold medal in bench press. Followed by Herrick and Castro.
So here comes Michael as he sets up for the final lift in the second attempts before we move to our third attempts.
Start. Press.
Oh, locks out that right elbow. Gets the rack command. And good lift.
It almost looked like the bar was skew on his chest.
Came up pretty quick. Had a little trouble with the lockout, but was able to lock out that right side. You were looking at the feet, you saw his feet were sliding a little bit. Some of these lifters having a little trouble on this platform. So that can kind of mess up with your stability.
All right, this is the third attempts of the bench press. Then we will have a 2-minute break. And then the deadlift starts.
First up, Spencer Herrick from USA, attempting 147.5 kilos, which I believe will be a 2.5 kilo personal best for him.
And when you look at him, he doesn't look like he's 17 years old.
Yes, the bronze medal already on this class. Come on, give big hand cheer for Spencer.
Yeah, his family is also here. He's got a home ground advantage.
Yep, let's see if he can keep his head down on the bench, as the side referees may be looking for it this time.
Press.
No. And that's the disadvantage to that narrow grip. He was able to pop it off the chest, but just no power going into lockout.
Especially if you bench in a shit, you need to, well, I would say, go wide, and you need that spring effect in a shirt.
You also get the benefit of the shorter range of motion.
Yeah.
Less overall work that you have to do. So here goes Abel Castro from Puerto Rico, attempting 160 kilos.
Now the bar is loaded. 160 kilo for Castro.
Okay, now the bar is loaded.
Come on, bravo. Fuerte.
So Castro was not able to get a squat in. He was able to get his second attempt bench press in, and now trying to get another one here with his third attempt.
Followed by Hodges and Leskovec.
Start. Press. Rack.
Look good. Referees say, good lift.
You see, he's one of the few lifters that benches in an F6 shirt from Titan. Most of them wear katana shirts these days. You see katana and a few Inza shirts.
Yeah, so the F6 is more forgiving. So
it's a very comfortable shirt.
Yeah.
If you do use shirts while benching.
So it's a good beginner shirt for these younger lifters who may have new to competing, and then eventually they'll transition to a more complex shirt like a super katana.
Yeah.
All right. Big attempt here from Jadarius Hodges, taking a huge jump to 227.5 kilos.
I think he went 227 for in case Leskovec from Russia didn't get his second one.
Yes.
Press.
Oh, good job by our spotters there catching that.
So, 250 kilo on the back.
But Jadarius was able to get a second attempt 205 and move on to the deadlift. So now we got our final sub-junior, Nikita Leskovec, from Russia, going 250 kilos for his third attempt, which will give him a 7.5 kilo personal best.
For Leskovets, Nikita, Russia, 250 kilo, followed by Tien and Asamasov. Come on, Russia, give big hand here for Leskovets. First place in bench press.
And Nikita already has the gold medal in the bench press locked up.
Golden bench, golden squat. Actually, the deadlift is the only one that might change places.
Yes.
They're all like 5 kilos within range of each other.
Press. Rack.
That was solid technique.
Yeah, no problem there.
Good lift.
260 kilo on the mat.
All right, we're down to our final 4 attempts
Missed the second one because
as our top junior lifters battled out for the bench press medal. So Tian Chi Sen from Chinese Taipei is attempting 260 kilos. His leg was cramping up on his second attempt, wasn't able to get it. Let's see if he can come back and get on his third attempt to move him up from 4th place to 3rd place in the bench press.
Yeah, let's hope he fixed that crown.
Appears to be fine so far as he sets up, driving his legs in, getting the lift off.
Start. Press. Rack.
That looked good. Referees say,
Yeah.
good lift. So that moves him up temporarily into the bronze position for the bench press.
That's the fight for the bronze, for the silver medal.
They're all fighting for something, yeah.
Yeah,
For
so-
a medal.
So here comes Konstantin Arzamasov from Russia, attempting 270 kilos.
595
This will move him from currently in 4th
Fight for the silver medal.
up into the silver medal in the bench press.
Samasov, Konstantin, Russia, 270 kilo, followed by Shevchenko and Rodin. Come on, give big hands here.
His personal best is listed as 250, so he beat that on his second. Now he's trying to beat that by 20 kilos on his third.
Start. Press.
Gives a yell, drives it back, locks it out. Referees say 3 white lights, good lift. And that moves him up to the silver medal with 2 attempts left. So next up is Andrei Shevchenko from Ukraine, attempting 275 kilos. He's currently in the bronze position, and making this lift will move him up into the silver.
This is his second last bench press of this World Championship.
After the completion of bench press, we'll again take a 10-minute break before we go into the deadlifts, where the excitement really begins as these lifters will fight for the total.
You know, if Shevchenko and Rodriguez both get the benches, Rodriguez is only 2.5 kilos ahead of the Ukrainian.
There's going to be a lot of excitement going into deadlift.
Press.
Oh, that was just
man.
fast. Wow.
And good lift, silver medal for
I
Andre.
almost asked, was that his second attempt or opener?
He must have just had some kind of technical issue on his second to be able to come back and get it that easy on his third. A lot of technique involved with these squat suits and bench shirts.
Will this be the heaviest bench of this competition?
Well, Kevin Yeager attempted the heaviest bench. But this
He attempted.
Yeah. So here comes Michael Rodriguez, 312.5 kilos for his final attempt. He already has the gold medal in the bench press locked up. He's just trying to get another 7.5 kilos onto his total to keep up with Shevchenko from Ukraine. So this will be a critical lift for him, as currently he'll be opening up 30 kilos less than Shevchenko in a deadlift. So he won't have the advantage in the deadlift. He has the advantage here in the bench press.
Yeah.
So he needs to get this third attempt in. Drives it back.
Oh, and that was...
Locks out that right elbow much better than the previous 2 attempts.
See, looks like an opener.
And gets 3 white lights.
All right. So we will have a 10-minute break. And then we're going to start with the deadlift. And then we will conclude this World Championships and today's lifting and see who will stand at the top of the podium.
Don't go away. All right, folks, we're back here. The bar is on the floor, and we are now going into deadlift. We are almost at the end of the World Sub Junior and World Junior Powerlifting Championships here in Orlando, Florida. Don't worry, we got plenty of excitement for you here in both the 120 and the 120 plus kilo weight classes. Looking at the 120 juniors, we have a battle in first and second with the prognosis total only being a 10 kilo difference. And then between third and fourth, only a 5 kilo difference. In the sub juniors, we also have a battle between first and second, only 20 kilo difference. And third and fourth, we'll see we got about 25 kilo difference. And the prognosis. First up, Muhammad Ibrahim, Lebanon, 180 kilos, using a conventional stance with the legs inside the hands. Looks like he dropped the bar from the top. The referee should give him a yellow card, no lift.
Don't drop the bar.
Drop the bar. What's saying the referee?
So, in the deadlift, there's only one command, the down command. So when they say bar is loaded for the lifter, they go out there, they set up however they want. They pull the bar up. Once the knees are locked out, shoulders are back and standing upright, they get the down command. Once they get the down command, they must maintain control of the bar all the way down to the ground. With that lifter, Muhammad, on the way down, he let go, dropped the bar to the ground. That's not control, and was given yellow cards and no lift. So we move on to Bilgan from Mongolia, 215 kilos for his opening deadlift. Using a sumo stance, he's going to have the legs outside the hands. For the deadlift, the lifters must also wear long socks that cover the shins in order to protect their skin from the barbell. So the referees are telling him that his socks are not long enough, and he must completely cover the shins all the way up to the knees, because we don't want the lifters bleeding on the barbell, because then we'll have to stop the competition, clean off the bar, wait for it to dry before we can go on to the next lifter. So next up, Sergio Vindas Rodriguez from Costa Rica, attempting 217.5 kilos for his opener. Sergio using the conventional stance, locks it out, gets a good lift.
And it's strange to see the first attempt here in Deda was actually a no lift.
Yep, I don't know if you watched or not, Heinrich, but he dropped the bar on the way down.
Oh, that's just unlucky. And that's one of the rules in IPF. You have to control the ball when you put it down.
Yeah, and it appeared like he did not know what the yellow card was, and the chief referee explained to him he can't drop the bar, so maybe a new lifter, maybe didn't know the rules, doesn't have his coach here.
Yeah.
So
okay, Kevin Jaeger up next, 250. Do hope he actually gets this lift, because he hasn't got any lift so far.
So he decided to continue on the deadlift. Let's see how he can do on his opener.
Now.
And the referees say 2 to
Hey.
1. Good lift.
But he got one lift in.
He's got one lift in.
Yeah.
Looks like he made it have a little downward motion at lockout.
I don't. He might just scratch the wrist.
All right. Next up, Grubinski from Poland, opening up at 260 kilos. As he battles it out with Marshall Mesmer from USA in the sub-junior age division.
All right, this is the last day of competition here at the World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. We have the 120 weight class competing now, the sub-juniors and juniors, and right after they finish their deadlift, it's going to be the 120 plus. And that was a good lift from Krupinski. Yeah, I think this has been quite a successful week. Yeah, in Orlando. You know, it's a beautiful venue. It's a beautiful city. You know, also like to thank our sponsors, Eleiko. You know, the lifters are on the platform using Eleiko equipment, weights, bars, racks, and also the carpet area where they're lifting on, and also SPD, Rogue, Titan support systems, Bull, and Inzer advanced designs.
So here goes Leda Leitner from Slovakia, taking 270 kilos for his opening attempt.
Down.
And that's a good lift.
I don't think we will see any records broken here for the 120s here. The junior deadlift record is 380, and the sub-junior record is 330 kilos. Well, maybe Mesmer from USA, yeah, he's opening on 300 kilos, so that's only 30 kilos behind the record, which is a standard record, so he only has to pull 330 kilos.
Yeah. We'll see if it comes into play, since the placing is more important than the world record for most of these lifters and coaches.
Yes.
So we'll see how the attempts go. But here comes Enrique Lugo from USA, opening at 275 kilos, as he battles it out with Alexander from Ukraine in the junior division.
And he's deadlifting raw, if I'm correct. Lugo.
Yes, it looks like he was just wearing a singlet. Conventional stance. As you get to the heavier weight classes, you'll see more and more lifters pulling with a conventional stance.
Yeah.
So now Jensvold from Norway up with 275 kilos. You'll still see some lifters using a sumo stance, as you'll get a little more out of a deadlift suit or squat suit. Oh, just lost his balance at the top. And as Heinrich mentioned, this is our last day of competition. So I'm looking at the results here from the early days and the team points. And in the sub-junior men, we have from first to third, USA, Japan, and Russia, with only a 1 point difference between USA and Japan. And in the juniors,
And Japan doesn't have any lifters.
doesn't have any lifters to that. So over here we have in the sub-juniors, we have Mesmer battling it out for first or second, so that should get points for USA. And in the juniors we have first to third, USA, Japan, Russia, with a 2 point difference between USA and Japan.
And 10 point lead or 9 point lead with Russia. I don't think.
So here goes Alexander.
It might happen. Russia might take the juniors or the sub juniors, maybe.
We'll see. Here goes Alexander with 285 for his opener. And referees say good lift. We have a few battles going on over here, but if USA can pull off the gold medal here in the sub-junior 120s with Mesmer and the gold medal here in the juniors with Enrique Lugo, I believe they will lock up the gold medal for the men's sub-juniors and juniors.
First place at the moment in that team.
And Russia already won the women's team with USA in second, and Puerto Rico got third place in the sub-juniors, and Norway got third in the juniors.
Yep, and looking at the sub-juniors, there's also the best lifter based on Wilks points. It looks like Daniela Kolesnik from Russia got the sub-juniors with 587 Wilks.
And then Sonia Krier was second and Taylor LaChapelle third, which is actually quite interesting because it's the exact top 3 position as the World Junior Championships last year. Exact same 3 lifters.
That was a good lift for Tyler Ramsey from Canada. That is very interesting. And
in the juniors, it was from USA the first place.
I thought you were also going
Victoria Fargas was the first place in the juniors.
I thought you were also going to mention that Kolesnik and LaChapelle were both in the same weight class.
Yeah.
So 2 of the 3 best lifters in the sub-junior women's were in the same weight class, competing against each other.
But in the juniors, Victoria Fargas first, and then second place was Karen Hestammer, and then third place was
Kimberly Johnson.
And both those two lifters got second place in their weight class. It's just because they were light on body weight, and they are in the overall position and not the lifters that was first place.
So Mesmer had a little issues with his opening deadlift of 300 kilos. Looks like he lost his balance towards the lockout and dropped it, so he'll try and come back and get that. As we move on to Hayden Lee, opening up at 310 kilos, which is his personal best. So yeah, in both the sub-junior and junior women weight classes for the best lifter, 2 of the 3 best lifters of the championship were in the same weight class fighting against each other.
Yeah.
And so they might be the 2nd or 3rd best lifter in the world, but they didn't win the world championship.
Yeah. You know what, the women's lifting this week was absolutely amazing.
Yes.
Usually everybody wants to see the big guys and the big weights and so on, but then you have a small little girl, 57 kilos or 52, squats over 200 kilos. I mean, that is almost unheard of.
Yes. So that was a good lift for Hayden Lee. As we now go to our final lift of the openers in the deadlift, going with Julian Sagoy from Norway, 312.5 kilos. Yeah, so I'm looking at the totals, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like 4 world record totals for the women. So lots of world records that went down in that women's weight class too, as female powerlifting continues to grow each and every year.
It was actually quite interesting. At the South African Nationals, one where I was there, it was contested over 3 days, and we had more women lifters than male lifters.
That is interesting. That was a good lift for Sagoy. As we now go into our 2nd attempt deadlifts, going back down to 200 kilos for Mohammed Ibrahim from Lebanon, who is a lifter that dropped the barbell from the top after the down command instead of controlling it down. So he decided to take a 20-kilo jump anyways. We'll see if he can bring the bar down and make a good lift. Yes, Heinrich, the women are definitely growing the sport. In the USA, we have the Arnold Schwartz Festival every March, and even there, it used to go from maybe 70% men, slowly to 60% men, and then I believe this year we may have had more women than the men.
Yeah, I had the honor to be at the 2011 Arnold's and to see how much it has grown and see all the female lifters that came on the scene. It's incredible.
Yeah. Let's see if he controls it down. There he goes, nice and easy.
That was very slow.
Good lift.
Everybody cheering him on.
222.5 kilo on the back.
All right, we're loading the bar up to 222.5 kilos for Bilgan from Mongolia.
So that's the bronze medal in total, and it will be the silver medal for the moment in deadlift. Device loaded for John Klonbaya Bilgun, Mongolia, 222.5 kilo, followed by Vignas and Jesco.
Coach getting him waking up for this lift, giving him a little smack on the face. Looks like Bilgun did not change his socks even though the jury told him to. We'll see if they give him another warning, because the socks need to go all the way up to the knees, completely covering the shins in the deadlift. That was a good lift, 2-1. So we now go up to 225 kilos for Sergio Vindes Rodriguez from Costa Rica, who's looking to hold on to the bronze position in the total. So here comes Sergio. You may be wondering what the white substances covering the legs of these lifters in the socks, and they use baby powder on their legs to reduce the friction between their legs and the barbell, help them lift more weights.
Yeah, just to help that friction, let it slide up a little bit more.
So good lift for Sergio.
Every time Sergio gets a good lift, he just looks relieved.
Yeah. Everyone has a different mentality or style to competing. Some people are very angry all the time. Some people are very happy all the time.
Yeah.
And Sergio's very happy after all his attempts. So here comes Henrik Jensvold, Norway, retaking 275 kilos on the second attempt. I believe he lost his balance a little bit at the lockout on his opener.
Yeah. Yeah, it took a little bit more slow.
Yeah.
Heavy today, Henrik.
Good lift, 2-1.
2-1.
Got a red card from the right referee for not being locked out the top, possibly the knees.
Jump from the 8th to the 5th place in that lift.
So with the sumo stance and the toes pointing out, it can be a little harder to maintain your balance. And so that's the issue he had with his opener, but he was able to control it on his second.
And for sumo, you have to be more flexible in the hips.
Yes.
611.8 pounds.
You have to really get those knees out of the way of the barbell. And also for safety, you would like your knees to be in line with the toes. You don't want your knees caving in inside the toes and putting undue stress on that knee joint, on the ligaments. So here comes Kevin Jaeger from Germany, taking a big jump up to 277.5 kilos.
There's one German here. I can hear.
Just couldn't lock it out.
No lift.
So that'll be a no lift.
Yeah, I think he's done. I think he showed to his coach he's done.
That's already the first place in total and in deadlift for Wojciech.
All right.
Yeah, it's not Kevin's day.
Yes. Next up, Grupinski from Poland, taking a 20-kilo jump to 280 kilos to try and gain some ground on Mesmer from USA, who missed his opening deadlift of 300 kilos.
And if Mesmer pulls 302.5 next, then Mesmer will only be ahead by 2.5 kilos.
So Mesmer's leaving the door open for Grupinski with this 20-kilo jump right here. And he's able to lock it out.
Yeah, he had to fight that, but also lifting raw. No, it's in a suit.
Yeah.
Just a very loose one.
So he was a little rounded over in his sumo, so he kind of had to unravel his back at the top, making that little slow lockout. We'll see how much more he has left in him. So next up is Enrique Lugo from USA, taking 285 kilos for his second attempt.
Now, Enrique's got his belt up quite high. You see that quite a lot with Swedish and Finnish lifters.
Yes.
Why do lifters do that?
I've never tried it out. I'm not sure exactly why they do it. He was able to lock it out.
Oh, wow. What a fight here by Lugo.
Good lift. I'm not sure what the scientific reasoning behind that would be, but from a more basic thought process is that's where they feel more comfortable, where they can take a breath in, brace against that belt, keep the neutral back, and execute the lift. So sometimes you try out different things in the gym, experiment, whatever feels the best is what you use. So here comes Samuel Lederleitner, going 285 kilos for his second attempt. Locks it out, throws his head back. Ooh, no lift.
Red and blue.
Blue for not being locked out. I mean, red for not being locked out, my apologies. Blue.
Downward
Not sure what they said.
Ball is blue.
That's a jump from the second to the first place in total.
Didn't see any of that.
To the third place in deadlift.
Not
I
sure.
actually didn't see anything.
I didn't see lockout issues or any downward motion or supporting on the thighs or anything like that. So I'm not sure what was going on over there.
Yeah.
But we move on to Alexander Todorenko from Ukraine, attempting 295 kilos.
Yes, give a big hand here, please.
He's got quite interesting tattoos there.
And he's battling it out with Enrique. And they're quite close on body weight. 0.14 kilos. Locks it out.
Got a damp rag?
3 white lights.
A damp towel.
So looking at Enrique and Alexander, Enrique is the lighter lifter, and he has the later lot number. So he'll be able to pull after if he needs to. And he has the benefit of the body weight to tie and beat him on body weight. So Enrique looks in a pretty good position to put the final weight on that he needs to pull for the win.
Yeah, he controls this actually.
Well, we move on to Tyler Ramsey from Canada, attempting 302.5 kilos for his second attempt, as he's trying to get on that podium in the bronze medal position against Hayden Lee from New Zealand. So we have a battle between Ukraine and USA for 1-2, and a battle between Canada and New Zealand for 3-4.
They just cleaned the platform there with an IPF-approved towel.
So lifters and coaches at any time can request for the bar and the platform to be cleaned off for the deadlift. That way there's no baby powder on the bar that may mess with their grip or any on the floor that they'll slip on. Ooh, just couldn't get those shoulders back and then lost his grip at the top.
Ramsey missed the command as well.
Drop the bar, 3, no lifts.
Dropped it, and if he stayed there for just one more second.
Yeah, it looked like his shoulders were rounded forward, and the chief referee wasn't giving him the down command, and then it just started slipping out of his hand.
Yeah.
So he'll come back, try that again. All right, here is Marshall Mesmer from the USA. Missed 300 kilos on his opener, bumped up to 302.5 to try and stay in the lead over Grupinski from Poland. Controls that lockout, gets the down command, and good lift.
And that's good.
Back in the competition.
Now Grupinski is higher in lot number with Mesmer. So it will be interesting to see if he's going to change his attempt. He put on 290 for 800 total.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting going to his third attempts. Meanwhile, we got Hayden Lee coming out here with 317.5 kilos for his second, as he's trying to battle it out with Canada for bronze medal in the juniors.
Yeah, Mesmer has to put on 10 kilos to actually beat Grupinski.
Yeah, and remember, for deadlift, you can have 2 changes to your third attempt.
Yeah. Oh!
Looks like his grip slipped out in his right hand.
So the battle for bronze, Canada and New Zealand, is going to continue to the last lift.
That's the first place in deadlift.
And Lee from New Zealand has the lower lot number, so Ramsey... Well, Ramsey's going 302 again. Well, they're both going to see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
There might be some changes.
Couldn't finish off the last day without any more excitement.
Yeah. You know what? This is still the 120s. We got the 120 plus afterwards.
So here goes Julian Sagoy, biggest deadlift here, 320 kilos. Locks it out. Good lift.
That's a good lift.
220 kilo on the back.
All right, we're going into our third attempts now. Looks like Kevin Yeager is passing on his third attempt, so he's done for the day. But everyone else looks to be continuing on as we battle it out for a few different placings. First and second in the sub-juniors are battling it out. First and second in the juniors, and then a separate battle between third and fourth. So first up will be Mohammed Ibrahim from Lebanon. taking another 20 kilo jump up to 220 kilos for his final deadlift of this championship.
And these placings will determine the team points as well, and that's just as important.
Yes.
See what country has the strongest team here at the World Championships.
Yeah, and with it being in the USA, of course the USA wants to come away a couple gold with the team, having that home field advantage. So here goes Muhammad.
Okay, don't drop the ball.
Brings it down nice and easy. And good lift, 2-1.
2-1.
Finishes his championship on a good note. All right, next up is Bilgan from Mongolia, taking 230 kilos for his final deadlift attempt.
That's a jump from the fourth to the third place in deadlift.
This will move him temporarily from 4th to 3rd place in the deadlift medal.
Javklan Baya.
So it looks like he got the bronze in the squat, and now trying to get the bronze in the deadlift.
Yeah, he's going for the bronze in the deadlift, yeah. This one.
Fights through the lockout. Gets a down command. That looks good to me. Referees say, good lift.
Yeah.
Currently in the bronze medal.
Proud Mongolian. They're actually hosting the first World Championships next year. The Master Worlds Equipped Championships for Mongolia.
So next up, Sergio Vindas from Costa Rica, going 235 kilos to try and take back that bronze medal deadlift from Mongolia. Sergio's had a pretty good day getting the bronze medal in the bench press. He's going to lock up the bronze medal in total, and here he goes trying to get the bronze medal in the deadlift. Locks it out, trying to get the shoulders back. Let's see if the referees think his shoulders are back. And good lift, 2-1.
Bronze medal there.
And again, he's excited, smiling, having fun here at the World Championships. All right, next up, Samuel Lerarenkna from Slovakia, retaking 285 kilos for his third, which will be a 5 kilo personal best for him if he can come back and get this. And with the 4 lifters below him unable to complete a squat or a bench press, he's finishing in 5th place.
Liederleitner Samuel, Slovakia, 285 kilo, followed by Grupinski and Lugo.
Yeah, at the moment, it looks like the biggest attempt here is going to be 325 from Sagway, from Norway. He's in the lead for gold in deadlift.
Yeah, so at least he'll come away with a deadlift today.
Yeah.
I mean, a medal, excuse me.
He's arching back quite a lot.
Yeah, and throwing that head back too. And a good lift, 2-1.
See, yellow and red card for the center referee.
From the second to the first place in total. So the Polish lifter and the US lifter fighting here for the first place in total.
All right, next up is Grupinski from Poland, taking 290 kilos. This will move him from 2nd place to 1st place in the total and puts the pressure on Marshall Mesmer from USA to try and pull for the win. So he's decided to take a 10 kilo jump and put that pressure on Marshall. Remember, Grupinski is the lighter lifter, so Marshall will have to beat him. He can't tie him.
Oh, that looked a bit heavy.
And he missed that.
So Mesmer
Is our world champion.
Mesmer is a world champion. So I would say USA won the sub-junior
man.
Yeah, definitely. So USA, Mesmer here, in first place and world champion. Then Grupinski from Poland got the silver medal. And Vindes Rodriguez from Costa Rica got third place. And now we have to see in the juniors who's going to finish that top 3.
Starting off with Enrique Lugo from USA, taking a 10-kilo jump to 295 kilos. This will temporarily put him into first place over Alexander on body weight. So here he goes, gets it to his knees. Ooh, and he just can't lock it out.
Oh.
All right, so everyone gives a round of applause.
That puts Tatarenko from Ukraine
World champion.
World champion. There's nobody else that can really challenge him for that. So we got Ukraine here, winner, and USA in the sub-juniors.
So the lifters in second place couldn't quite put the pressure on the person in first. So Grupinski gave the world championship to Mesmer, and Lugo gave the world championship to Tatarenko. So now comes Henrik Jensvold from Norway, trying to move from 7th place all the way up to 3rd place in deadlift medals. This will be a big jump for him, try and come away with a medal, having not completed a squat. Oh, that looked easy. Locks it out.
Did he lock
Sticks his tongue out at the top.
Did he lock his knees?
2-1. Good lift, Heinrich.
So
for now, he's in the bronze medal in the deadlift.
That's a fight. That's already the first place in total, and he's trying now to get the bronze medal in deadlift.
All right, next up is our world champion, Alexander Tatarenko from Ukraine, taking 300 kilos for his final deadlift, which ties his personal best. And that will move him from 4th to 3rd place in the deadlift medal. So he wants to get another medal added to his collection.
All right. He's already your world champion.
Already world champion. Got the gold in the squat. Looks like he got the silver in the bench press, and now he wants the bronze in the deadlift. Locks it out. Gets the shoulders back.
I think he might actually got that. Yeah.
Good lift. So he's taking the bronze medal back for now.
There's still 3 lifters coming up.
3 lifts.
We got a battle for bronze here. Canada versus New Zealand.
Yep, so Tyler Ramsey from Canada missed 302.5 on his second attempt. He's retaking on his third to try and put the pressure on Hayden Lee to have to pull for the win. So this will get him up into the bronze medal in the deadlift and maintain his bronze medal in the total. All right, let's see what Tyler can do. Gets it up to his thighs, locks it out, holds on to his grip. Referees say, 3 white lights, good lift, Heinrich.
Go Canada.
Go Canada.
317.5 kilo on the bar. Last attempt to change the opener.
All right, here comes Hayden Lee.
Is Lee changing his weight for 3rd place overall?
We'll see. He still has time until they say bars loaded for Hayden. He can put the change in.
That is a change.
Is it change?
320.
320 kilo on the bar.
But
looks like he's just trying to go for a deadlift medal instead of going for the bronze in the total.
Yeah.
So he would have to have taken another 7.5 kilos from here, what he has here, 320. So I guess he's deciding that's a little out of his reach. So he's just going to come away with a deadlift medal if he can.
320. 320.
He'd have to go 327.5.
This will give him the gold in the deadlift. Yep. But, you know, we'll see.
Yep. So here comes Hayden Lee from New Zealand, trying to take 320 kilos for his 3rd attempt deadlift to move him from silver into gold in the deadlift medals. Gets this to his knees. He's fighting it. He's fighting it. Oh, and he lost his grip again.
Get it.
Give a big hand here for Hayden. Come on.
So unfortunately, he lost his grip on the second and third attempt.
You know what? He was giving Ramsey a run for his money.
Yeah. But he gets the silver medal in the deadlift and 4th place overall.
Yeah.
Pretty good for New Zealand.
So you got Ukraine first, USA second, and Canada that came in 3rd place.
So now comes Julian Sagoy, who already has the gold medal in the deadlift locked up. Now taking a 10-kilo jump to 330 for his final deadlift of this championship.
You already got the gold in the deadlift. Well, this was quite an exciting class, these juniors 120s.
Come on, give big hand here. For Julian. Come on, Julian.
330 kilos. His family and his teammates are standing up, cheering on. He pulls it.
Oh, looks good.
Oh,
Leans
yes.
back with it.
I think he got that. Oh, yes.
Good lift. And he's happy.
Oh.
Here's his coach, a little handshake.
Now imagine if he got a squat in, where he would have placed.
Yes. All right, here we go. Last deadlift of our 120s is actually a sub-junior. Marshall Mesner, world champion in the sub-juniors, is taking a big jump to 330 kilos for his final deadlift here at the World Championship.
World sub-junior record.
World sub-junior record. So we got everyone on their feet. USA is up there cheering. Norway's up here cheering for him. He gets it, locks it out.
Did he get it? Did he get it?
Even the spars and loaders are cheering for him. 3 white lights, good lift for Marshall Mesner. Hugs his coach, lifts him up off the platform.
World record for USA.
185 kilos.
It's a great way to finish it for world champion Marshall Mesmer from USA. All right, now we're moving into our 120 plus kilo class.
185 kilos.
Well, I think that's what the crowd needed here.
Yeah.
Hit the world record in.
Everyone was up
Wow.
for that. USA was up, Norway was up, the spars and loaders were cheering for him. So now we'll see the battle here in our 120 plus. We're starting off with Abel Castro from Puerto Rico taking 185 kilos for his opening attempt. And as we mentioned, in the junior class, the difference between first and second place is only 2.5 kilos, and the difference between first and 4th place is only 22.5 kilos. So here comes Abel with his conventional deadlift. Ooh, looked like a warm-up weight.
That was almost too easy.
Good lift.
235 kilo on the back.
All right, next up is Nikita Leskovets from Russia, taking 235 kilos for his opener. And as long as he gets this deadlift in, he'll be crowned the world champion, as he's about 100 kilos above his next competitor.
Is loaded for Leskovets, Nikita, Russia, 235 kilo, followed by Herrick and Hodges. He's already ranked on the first place in total and in that. If you do that, of course.
All right, here comes Nikita. Good. Nice and easy.
Now the sub-junior world record here in the deadlift is 340 kilos, and the junior record is 390. The total world record for the sub-juniors is 908. That won't be broken yet today. And can you guess what's the junior total world record?
I believe you said 1,100 something?
1,100. 175 kilos.
1,000.
By Carl Ingar Christensen. I don't think that will be broken. That was set 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't think for a while.
So here comes Spencer Herrick from USA taking 235 kilos for his opener. He gets us in. He will be the bronze medalist in the 120 plus sub juniors. Good lift.
237.5 kilo on the back. That's a jump from the circle.
Next comes Jadarius Hodges also from USA taking 237.5 kilos for his opener. And just like Spencer, he pulls this. He's got the second place pretty much locked up as there's about 100 kilos difference between these three competitors.
It looked like supporting on his thighs. No, it's 318. But he's got huge thighs. Yeah. that's a huge guy.
And usually if the bar moves very fast, they won't call that.
Yeah.
If the bar slows down, then maybe they will. All right. So
now we will have a battle here.
Now the fun begins.
Top 4 guys in the 120 plus in the juniors here.
Yep. So if you're looking at the scoreboard on the far right, you'll see the prognosis total and placing. So you see Michael Rodriguez, if he pulls his opener, will hold his first place position, but he also has the lightest deadlift out of everyone.
If everybody pulls the openers here, then Rodriguez will only be 2.5 kilos above Shevchenko from Ukraine. But then there's still Russia and Chinese Taipei right on the heels.
So while he is in the lead, he's at a disadvantage having the lightest deadlift, as his competitors can watch his lift, see what attempt he puts in, and be able to react to what he's doing.
And he also is opening up raw.
Good lift.
305 kilo on the back.
All right, next up is his closest competitor, Andrei Shevchenko from Ukraine. His personal best is listed as 305, and he's opening up with 305.
Second place in total. The bar is loaded for Shevchenko, Andrei, Ukraine. 305 kilos.
So here comes Andrei. As mentioned, if he gets this, he'll be 2.5 kilos behind Michael from USA. And Shevchenko has the body weight on him. So he'll be able to tie him if he needs to and win on body weight. And that's a good lift.
And both of these guys' openers look pretty easy.
Yep. I'm assuming all 4 of them will put an easy opener in, stay in the battle, and then the fun begins.
The second attempt will be conservative, and then they all will see it will change on the third attempt.
So here comes Tian Chi Sen, Chinese Taipei, taking 310 kilos for his opener. Another nice easy pull.
Yeah, that was super easy.
Good lift.
Good lift.
All right, now for our biggest deadlift. 325 kilos for Konstantin from Russia.
Biggest deadlift by the biggest guy. Makes me wonder what he's listening to now in his headphones. You see a few lifters, they always have their headphones on, their music that motivates them. It will be interesting to see a playlist of everybody.
Sometimes they're dancing as well while they're waiting.
Yeah, I mean, we all thought, lifters like Kimmy Johnson, maybe she's a Swiftie. Like, listen to Taylor Swift, you never know.
Maybe she has the Bieber fever.
What a strong deadlift here.
Did he hold on to it on the way down?
Yeah.
No, good lift.
A strong lockout.
Yes.
205 kilos starting the second round.
All right, so now after openers, we have Michael Rodriguez from USA in first, Andrei Shevchenko from Ukraine in second, and Konstantin Arzamasov from Russia in third. They all took pretty conservative openers, looked easy, stayed in the competition, and now They're going to start jockeying for position. For the sub-juniors, the total is pretty much set. Nikita in first, Jadarius in second, and Spencer in third, but they're battling it out for deadlift medals.
Okay, now Rodriguez put on 287, which give him 1,005 kilogram total. But Armashkov from Russia just went up 15 kilos, and they will give him 1,000 total. So he will be 5 kilos behind the American.
So here goes Abel Castro from Puerto Rico, taking 205 for his second attempt.
Easy.
Yeah, so it looks like Konstantin and Michael took bigger jumps, 15 kilos and 12 and a half respectively, which is a little more high risk, high reward, whereas Andre from Ukraine took just a 7.5 kilo jump, a little more conservative, save his energy for his third, but now he's going to fall positioning going into the third attempts. So we'll see whose strategy plays out the best. Shevchenko, as I mentioned, is the lighter lifter, so that benefits him over his competitors. All right, here goes our world champion Nikita from Russia, taking 250 kilos for his second attempt.
That's a jump from the second to the first place in deadlift.
So he currently has a silver medal in deadlift, and this will bump him back up to gold. He already got the gold medal in the squat, and gold medal in bench press, and gold medal in total. So he's trying to get a clean sweep here of the medals. And that's a good lift.
It will be a fight for him to get a gold in the deadlift. If I just get this one now, then I just will move into first place for deadlift.
Yeah, and these lifters are taking big jumps.
Yeah.
So Nikita took 15 kilos. Hodges took 17.5. And Spencer Herrick decided to take a 27.5 kilo jump. So here comes Jadarius Hodges, USA, taking 255 kilos to move him from second to first in the deadlift.
Our gentle giant. There has been some itching.
Yeah, and
You see, he's a conventional puller, but because of his size, he.
Good lift. 3 white lights.
That was quite interesting. You see when he came up here.
With these larger lifters and these big thighs, usually the bar gets stuck on them.
Yeah.
And you have to be patient with your lockout.
His hands are quite wide on the ball.
So here comes Spencer Herrick, USA, jumping from 235 to 262.5 kilos. Going to move him from third to first place in the deadlift for second attempts. He got the bronze in the squat, the bronze in the bench, but he's coming here for the gold in the deadlift.
No, he didn't lock that one out.
The right shoulder looked a little forward.
Yeah.
And good lift. And looks like it's a good thing we're over here commentating, Heinrich, instead of over there judging.
He's already at the first place in total.
Well, that's why we're sitting here now, and they are sitting there. But this is just only our opinion.
Yeah, and in our view.
In our view that we have from here.
So all the referees have a different view.
All right. Side referee is from Norway, then chief referee is from the US, and Chinese Taipei, the other side referee.
All right, the battle continues. Michael Rodriguez, USA, going 275 to 287.5 to maintain his lead in the junior age division. He does have the lightest deadlift of the 4, so he's a little bit of a disadvantage. He has to keep his lead as long as he can. Good lift.
Yeah. That gives him 1,005 kilo total.
That's a jump from the third to the second place in deadlift.
All right, next up, Andrei Shevchenko, who decided to take the more conservative jump of the four, taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 312.5. And that will put him 7.5 kilos behind Michael if he gets the second attempt.
Bar loaded.
The bar is loaded for Shevchenko, Andrei, Ukraine, 212.5 kilo. Fighting here for the silver
All right,
medal in
here
that
comes
Come on,
Andrei.
give big hands here to Andrei, followed by Jet and Artamasov.
Oh, and that looked nice and easy. Looks like he's saving his energy for that final deadlift.
And I'm standing under correction. I think Andre has got all his attempts so far out of all his lifts.
I believe so.
Yeah,
No,
I mean-
no. I believe he missed his second attempt bench at 275 and came back and got on his third.
You are right.
So one miss, technical issue. But still having a great competition.
And if you look at the scorecard, which you can find in the right bottom of the screen, it's all green. It's all good lifts. We haven't seen a failed lift in the 120 plus here.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see the lifters putting up their best performance, battling it out against each other. And whoever's a stronger lifter is your world champion. So here comes Tian Chi Sen, Chinese Taipei, taking a 20 kilo jump up to 330 kilos.
Followed by Artamasov and Castro.
He's trying to come for these other three lifters, currently sitting in fourth place, being the lightest of all of them. Let's see if the 20 kilo jump pays off for him. Ooh, another easy attempt
I think it
for
is.
Tian.
Yeah.
Good lift.
340 kilo on the back. That's,
It would be amazing if we see all the lifts are good lifts.
All the lifts. Yeah.
Every one of them.
All right, Konstantin from Russia up. All right, 340 kilos. His personal best is listed as 300 kilos.
That's a lie.
That's the difference between eating breakfast and not, Heinrich. Getting that.
But he's eating everybody's breakfast.
So this will be a 40 kilo personal best for him. Put him in the gold medal in the deadlift and the silver medal in the total going into final attempts. That's 750 pounds.
Oh, and he pulls that. That was a strong deadlift.
Yes. Good
And
lift.
he got it.
It was a good lift,
Oh,
but
wow.
I would say his was the slowest out of the four
Yeah.
lifters.
Okay, now we're going to start a third attempts. At the moment, Rodriguez from the USA is in first place. Rodriguez is putting up 10 kilos, which will put him to 1,015 total. But Arzamasov from Russia, which we just saw, he just totaled 1,000 kilos. He's 5 kilos behind Rodriguez, but Rodriguez has to pull first.
Yes.
Then that will determine what Armazov will deadlift. But just behind him, Shevchenko, excuse me, he put down 320. So he's also going for gold. And you got Tien from Chinese Taipei. It looks like he might actually be battling for silver. For now.
They'll all be battling it out. It'll be interesting
Yeah.
to see what do the coaches and lifters want more. Do they want to make more conservative jump and go for the bronze or maybe the silver? Or do they want to take it all and go for the gold? So here comes Abel Castro starting off our third attempt deadlift from Puerto Rico, going 220 kilos for his final deadlift of this world championship. Locks it out, gives a little smile at the top. Referees say, good lift.
Oh, yes. I think they should all just go for gold.
I would agree with you.
Yeah, go for gold.
Go for it all.
Go gold or nothing.
And in the case of Tien from Chinese Taipei, this is his final junior world championship. Then he becomes an open lifter.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, Heinrich, we have the deadlift battle in the
Oh.
sub-juniors.
They've got a 265 here, and they're 267.5 and 267.5.
So first up, Nikita Leskovich from Russia who got the gold in the squat, gold in the bench, gold in the total, and he wants that clean sweep from USA. He wants that gold in the deadlift as well.
Yeah. So if he gets this, he will be in first for the moment.
Yep.
In deadlift.
Followed by Hodges and Harry. Come on, Russia, give big hand, come on!
All right, here goes Nikita.
All right.
Gets it to his knees.
Oh, no! And ladies and gentlemen, that's the first miss left of this 120 plus juniors and sub juniors.
So that miss will give him the bronze in the deadlift. And now USA can fight out with USA for gold and silver in the deadlift. First up is going to be Jadarius Hodges.
I bet you USA will take the gold in the deadlift here. I guarantee it.
That's a solid guarantee, Heinrich. All right, here it comes. Jadarius, 267.5 kilos, 590 pounds for this 18-year-old from USA.
All right, he pulls that. Will he get it? Was there a little bit itching?
The referees gave it to him last time.
No.
They said he wasn't locked out. Red cards.
Let's look at the replay here.
267.5 kilos. Already on the first place.
Guess he's saying the shoulders are still forward.
Still great attempt for him.
Yep.
So Eric gets a gold in a deadlift. So I told you USA will get the gold here.
So Nikita got the bronze in the deadlift. Jadarius got the silver in the deadlift. And here's your gold medal in deadlift. It's great for Spencer because Spencer got the bronze in the squat, the bronze in the bench, the bronze in the total, but at least he can say he came with a gold medal in the deadlift.
At the World Championships.
And he's the younger of the three.
Yeah. Oh, what a fight for him.
Fights it. Can't get those shoulders back.
No.
That right shoulder looks forward to me still.
It was a good fight still.
Good fight.
2-1.
No left.
Yeah, he couldn't lock it out then.
All right, now for our final battle, the juniors. First or fourth place still up for grabs. First up will be Michael Rodriguez from USA, taking a 10-kilo jump over 297.5 kilos, trying to put the pressure on the lifters that can deadlift more than him to have to pull for the win.
You know, the saddest thing of all these next attempts we're going to see is somebody will get fourth place.
Somebody will get fourth place. Someone will be the odd man out, as they call it.
Fourth place is, I think that is one of the worst positions to be in.
Yes. Fourth and then maybe second.
Maybe second, yes.
Yeah. All right, here comes Michael Rodriguez. Let's see if he can put the pressure on the other lifters. Stella's been looking very solid thus far. Speed off the ground. Let's see if he can lock it out. He can't lock it out.
Can't lock that out.
Couldn't get his hips through and shoulders back. 3 red lights. All right, he's leaving the door open now.
Okay. So
let's see if Andrei Shevchenko stays this 320 or decides to change it.
No, he's lighter than Rodriguez, so he's going to stay with 320. And now this is the deadlift for the gold in total for the World Championships.
Yep, so he's decided to just take the minimum amount he needs to beat Michael, not worry about the lifters coming after him.
Yeah. And Armazasov from Russia, he's just waiting for everybody to finish to see what he needs to pull.
Yeah, he's probably back there in the warm room eating something, just waiting to see what these other lifters do. All right, but here comes Andrei Shevchenko, Ukraine, 320 kilos, to put himself in the gold medal position.
All right, this is all or nothing.
Oh, that was easy, Heinrich.
Wow. What a deadlift.
Good lift.
And he is in first place at the moment.
And see, Heinrich, that looked easy. Let's see if taking the minimum amount is going to hurt him or not. He could have taken more and put more pressure on the other 2 lifters.
Okay, now Tien is changing, so he's going for the gold now.
Yep. Tian Chi-sen, Chinese Taipei. He's the lighter lifter weighing in at 121.11 kilos.
He's the lightest out of everybody.
And he's trying to pull for the win with 345 kilos.
Who get this gold medal? The Russian.
He took a 20-kilo jump between first and second. Looked great. Now he's taking another 15-kilo jump.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can execute it. Move himself up to first place.
If he pulls this, everything will change.
And we may have 3 lifters with the same exact total.
That has only happened once in the super heavyweights.
All right, gives himself a little yell. Getting himself focused, getting him in the zone, making sure he executes his setup perfectly, put himself in a good position to make this lift. You see from the top view, he's wide stance, toes are almost touching the plates, trying to reduce that range of motion as much as possible. Here he goes.
He's pulling.
Locks it out.
He locks it out.
Gets it down, command. He's
Does he get
happy.
it?
He's excited.
Yes.
Three white line. Good lift.
So Chinese Taipei is sitting in a gold position.
Our lightest lifter is currently in the gold position.
You know, the top three guys all got the same total. The last time this happened was exactly 10 years ago on this day in Czech Republic, where Carl Christensen actually got third place. The super heavyweights. So will history repeat itself again?
So now going from our lightest lifter to our heaviest lifter in this weight class, Konstantin from Russia, weighing almost 30 kilos above his next competitor.
This is the last deadlift out of this World Championship.
And everything is on the line over here. 347 kilos, going from 4th place to first place. All or nothing for him.
This is the most important lift in his life. All right,
here he goes. Gets it off the ground. Gets it to the knees.
Wow.
What a finish.
But everybody, Chinese Taipei,
Tian, in his last year as a junior world championships, is the winner. 3 lifters totaling 1,005 kilos, and it all decided on body weight, with our lightest lifter at 121.11 kilos winning.
What? I'm out of words almost.
Yeah.
1,005 kilo
and
for first, second, and third.
And they all played it smart with making all their first attempts, all of them making their second attempts, and just putting what they need on the bar in the third to win it all.
Wow.
What a way to finish.
You know, we would like to thank everybody that has watched this week. You know, it has been a great week with great lifting, so many world records here in Orlando, Florida. The next World Junior Championships will be in Potchefstroom, South Africa. You know, me, Heinrich, and Arian, all like to thank you, and also the media team that has worked hard at this competition this week.
Yep, thank you for having me on here, Heinrich. It was a lot of fun. Now we're going to set up for the medal ceremony.
And we will see you in a few minutes.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
One moment, please. Still. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the medals will be handed over by our Vice President, Mr. Sigurjón Pettersson from Iceland. Give big hand here. Come on, guys. It's always somewhere too late. Next time, a fine 500 euro. Good. Come on, let's start with the medals. Everybody get a participation medal here. You can also help in giving the medals. You haven't done any medals. Yeah. So then also Robert Keller, the General Secretary of the IPF, will help hand over the medals. Give a big hand here to Robert, who is also the meet director of these worlds here. The time they hand over the medals, I want to say big thanks to all of you, the lifters who are competing here. It was a whole week, nice and exciting competitions. And a big thanks goes to all the coaches, the referees, and of course the loaders. Give a big hand here for the loaders who have done a really good job the whole week. And the most hardest, of course. And then a big hand here for Robert Keller, meet director with his wife Nora and the whole team. Big hand here for the organizer. So we are ready to go by the medals. On the bronze medal in squat goes to Javkran Baya Bilgun from Mongolia, 250 kilo. Silver medal goes to Mesma Marshall, USA, 295 kilo. And the gold medal goes to Grupinski Wojciech, 305 kilo from Poland. Thank you. Bench press. Third place goes to Vindas Rodriguez Sergio from Costa Rica, 175 kilo. Second place goes to Mesma Marshall, USA, 195 kilo. And the gold medal goes to Grupinski Wojciech, Poland, 205 kilo. Thank you. Forward with deadlift. Third place goes to Vindas Rodriguez Sergio from Costa Rica, 235 kilo. Second place goes to Grupinski Wojciech with 280 kilo. And the first place goes to Grupinski Wojciech, 280 kilo, first place goes to Mesma Marshall, USA, 330 kilo. Thank you. Now we come to the total. Bronze medal winner, Vindas Rodriguez Sergio from Costa Rica, 652.5 kilo. The Vice World Champion is Grupinski Wojciech from Poland with 790 kilos. And the new World Champion is Mesma Marshall, USA, 820 kilos. So please stand all up for the national anthem of USA. So we go forward with the junior 120 kilo class. Third place in squat goes to Lee Hayden, New Zealand, 340 kilo. Second place goes to Lugo Enrique from USA, 357.5 kilo. And the first place goes to Titarenko Alexander from Ukraine, 387.5 kilo. Thank you. Bench press. Third place goes to Sagoy Julian from Norway with 255 kilo. Second place goes to Titarenko Alexander from Ukraine, 265 kilo. And the first place goes to Lugo Enrique, USA, 295 kilo. Thank you. Deadlift. Third place goes to Ramsey Tyler, Canada, 302.5 kilo. Second place goes to Lee Hayden, New Zealand, 310 kilo. And the first place goes to Sagoy Julian, Norway, 330 kilo. Thank you. And we come to the total medals. Bronze medal goes to Ramsey Tyler, Canada, 872.5 kilo. The Vice World Champion is Lugo Enrique, USA, 937.5 kilo. And the new World Champion is Titarenko Alexander from Ukraine, 952.5 kilo. So please stand all up for the national anthem of Ukraine. So we come to the sub-junior 120 plus kilo category. On the third place in squat we have Henrik Spencer, 217.5 kilo. Come on, let's go. We have to go for that. It's a long day for everybody. Second place, Hodges Jadarius, USA, 272.5 kilos. And the gold medal goes to Leskovets Nikita, Russia, 330 kilos. Thank you. Bench press. Third place goes to Henrik Spencer, USA, 137.5 kilo. Second place goes to Hodges Jadarius, USA, 205 kilo. And the first place goes to Leskovets Nikita from Russia, 250 kilos. Thank you. Deadlift. Third place goes to Leskovets Nikita, Russia, 250 kilo. Second place goes to Hodges Jadarius, USA, 255 kilo. And the first place goes to Henrik Spencer, USA, 262.5 kilo. Total medals. Bronze medal winner, Henrik Spencer, USA, 617.5 kilos. Vice world champion is Hodges Jadarius, USA, 732.5 kilos. And the new world champion is Leskovets Nikita, Russia, 830 kilos. So please stand up for the national anthem of Russia.
And now you look at me.
Thank you. So we go forward with the junior. On the third place in squat, we have Tian Chi Sen, Chinese Taipei, 400 kilo. Second place in squat, Rodriguez Michael, USA, is 405 kilo. And the first place, Shevchenko Andriy from Ukraine, is 410 kilo. Thank you. Bench press. Third place goes to Azamazov Konstantin, Russia, 270 kilo. Second place goes to Shevchenko Andriy, Ukraine, 275 kilo. And the first place goes to Rodriguez Michael, USA, 312.5 kilo. Thank you. Deadlift. Third place goes to Shevchenko Andriy, Ukraine, 320 kilo. Second place goes to Avsamasov Konstantin, Russia, 340 kilo. And first place to Tian Chi Sen, Chinese Taipei, 345 kilo. Thank you. So we come to the total and look at that. That's the second time that we have a situation like that. Everybody has the same total. Here just by body weight, the winner. So that was an exciting competition. Third place goes to Rodriguez Michael, USA, 1005 kilo. Vice World Champion Shevchenko Andriy, Ukraine, 1005 kilo. And the new world champion Tian Chi Sen, Chinese Taipei, 1005 kilo. So please stand up for the national anthem of Chinese Taipei. So before we're going out, I want to say thanks to all those who are living back home. I wish you all safe trip back home. Thanks all of you to be here with us the whole week. And all the others I will see at the banquet. So the lifters go back, we're walking out, and then you get the last big hand here from our public, from our lifters, from our coaches and referees.